Ali Said Berenunkudu ran and won election to become governor of Jigawa State at age 31. Though the youth, and some of us, I inclusive, ran and won election to the House of Representatives at age 31. Please don't clap. It's painful. I'm talking 1992, and we are in 2003. How many years difference? There is no one that is in the House of Representatives that is 31 years. No. No governor is 31 years. Are we going down or going up? Though the youth still make up the largest demographics, young people are regrettably underrepresented among the candidates on the ballot. I believe that for young people to view politics as deserving and worthwhile, they must be inspired about the credibility of politics, the legitimacy of politics, and the sanctity of politics. And those are some of the things we are going to be discussing. Political reforms must be empirical to motivate young youth interaction with established political systems. This system must include responsive political processes, institutionalized to engender trust that the youth would not be shortchanged through unnecessary bottlenecks to deny them political space for expected social change. Older politicians who control political parties through the use of godfatherism, money bag exploits, and lack of internal party democracy must be clearly seen not to be a stumbling block to the new ethos. Government should offer a viable avenue for genuine political participation and assimilation of young people into elected positions and appointments. A point of note, for instance, is the cost of buying nomination forms. Can you remember how much it cost to buy a form to become a member in the State House of Assembly? Or to get a form to get to the House of Representatives? Or to get a form to become a governor? How many 25, 27, 28 year, 29 can come up with 10, 20 million naira to buy a form, just a form? So what do they want the youths to do? These are some of the things that we should be talking about and thinking on our advocacy so we can center that for a broader base for participation for the youth. It is important to emphasize the necessity of staying attuned to the evolving nature of political engagement and tailoring programs to effectively resonate with the current generation and global best practices. The emphasis on strategic, adaptable, and trend-aligned engagement programs reflects a thoughtful approach to addressing the evolving dynamics of youth involvement in shaping future leadership through governance. I advise political party youth leaders in different political parties to seek for rejuvenated youth engagement programs that align with contemporary trends in youth leadership and political activism. In a country with a culture of political rascality, with very weak institutions and structures for political accountability, calling out the youth for leadership from a transformational perspective may be very daunting. In the last 23 years of Nigeria's return to democratic rule, we seem to have experienced a rather very disturbing retrogression than expected progress with expected outcomes. From 1999 to date, when the People's Democratic Party took the mantle of state and ran affairs of governance for 16 years, we witnessed a gradual rise in youth activism, which brought in a political class that seemed vibrant, but that vibrancy couldn't be sustained for long. We saw the rise of youthful governors, raising a rather subservient youth group, loyal to them, whom they emboldened to perpetuate their wishes. in flagrant disregard to constitutional provisions. Any opposition to such abuses were categorized as disloyalty to the governor. And such identified youth or individuals were marked as political dissidents who must not benefit from any democratic dividends. This led to cultic followership at the behest of whoever wielded political patronage, whether at the presidential, gubernatorial, ministerial, National Assembly, or local government levels. Out of this cultic ensemble emerged future anointed for takeover. Takeovers as governors or deputies, as the case may be, or ministers or national and state assembly members, and or local government council chairmen, as well as board appointments at the federal, state, and local councils. We began to see a gradual, deliberate ceding of individual rights of the Nigerian youth to the governors or to the president or whoever represented the executive arm of government at different levels. That is where our problem started. From 1999, when the governors came on board and they raised their own voice as PAs, SAs. From amongst you, if you know some of your friends who became PAs to governors or SAs to governors, they climbed another ladder, right? Could you go near them? Talk to me now. This led to the demonization of the vibrant Nigerian youth whose survival instincts thought him better to remain subjugated in order to be anointed to climb the political ladder tomorrow or to be propelled into the money bag class of juicy government contracts to what I call maintain. At this level of maintaining, the youth got so psychologically disemboweled that it became impossible sometimes to know who was real amongst them or not in order to channel constructive criticism of their principals. This maintaining army got so debased that they formed a barricade that shields their principals from critique, that could help them sincerely analyze their performance and indeed give proper account of their stewardship in office. This political barricade is indeed the real problem in this era from my experience, because these youths are the ears, the eyes, and the hands of their principals. And once they target you as not being loyal to their principal, you are toast. You won't get anything. You won't get any contract. You won't get any, dividends of democracy. No palliatives. Because they tag you as one who is not supporting their governor. Is that correct? The truth is that these privileged youths fashion out tales that castigate well-meaning critique and replace these tales with sycophantic narratives that further alienates their principals from the reality on ground. I call this group of youths the Ahithophel's Brigade. Their tentacles spread beyond imagination, while their main motivation is to leech on the political office holder for an opportunity to be anointed for takeover or for a particular desired goal. Through this Ahithophel's Brigade comes the next, the conduits, who are either lobbyists or contractors, who in most cases are friends or associates of the brigade. These ones cook up contracts sometimes in connivance with party stalwarts and ram down throats of commissioners and permanent secretaries for jobs that most often than not end up as abandoned projects because they were hastily and politically conceived and executed. Hence the ever-increasing corruption network, whose web spirals from local government to federally executed jobs that have continued to drain effective service delivery nationwide. It is important to note this interest group I call Ahithophel's Brigade. They are usually trusted to be most loyal to their principals. most trusted as the ears and eyes of their principal. They can always shield their principal for good or bad, to a large extent, for their interest, and in most cases, these characters come out as fat cows of the administration, with no trace of evil attributed to them, while they reap their ill-gotten wealth amassed from their vicarious contributions to bad governance and unimaginable stealing of public wealth. While preparing this speech, I tried to take a cursory look at the overall index of the Nigerian youth for the past 23 years. My overall rating of the Nigerian youth is quite high, irrespective of obvious misadventure. The Nigerian youth has emerged as the advert on the Volkswagen Beetle car of the 80s. Some of you will not know this advert. There was this advert that was called "No Killing the Beetle." The elders will understand this. Anybody who is below 40 years won't understand what I'm talking about. Now, there was this beetle. You know the beetle is an insect, right? So the insect, the beetle, was crawling, and a car will come and climb over it. But the moment the car climbs over it, it looks battered, and it shakes itself up and wakes up and walks away. That was the advert of the Volkswagen automobile of Nigeria. Why did they come up with that advert? They came up with that advert because Peugeot Automobile had just started. And the set of factories that were producing 404 cars, 405 cars, 505 cars that were far much more luxurious than the Beetle. And so when graduates finished from youth service and they were given their alawi, just like Bishop Kwashi was telling you yesterday, the commonest car any graduate could buy then was a Beetle car. So people stopped buying Beetles and they went for 404. Started with 404. Then it went to 405, 505, and Evolution and all that. So Volkswagen had to be creative to be alive. So they came up with "No Killing the Beetle." Just to remind them that not only Reverend Fathers that will drive Beetle car. You won't really understand what I'm talking about because it's over 40 years ago. And the Beetle continued. I have seen the Nigerian youth from that perspective. You beat them from here, they come out from another angle. You pommel them from politics, they try to find another area to survive. Kudos to Nigerian youths. The psyche of political office, with attendant opportunities of quick wealth, influence, and opportunities, the Nigerian youth was suddenly thrust into a survival mode that made exclusion from the list of the successful not a consideration for any reason. This phase also unleashed youthful energy that ballooned the Nigerian youth from obscurity to global visibility in every sphere of endeavor. The Nigerian youth easily excelled in the arts, taking music and the film industry by storm. The world stood still as the Nigerian youth conquered the stage with Afrobeat rhythm that I believe made Fela Aníkúlápó Kuti rejoice in his grave for his pioneering effort at establishing a truly African genre that is unadulterated by Western influence. The Nigerian youth made Nigeria so proud with their unique instrumentation and subtle cultural infusions that Western cultures that got inebriated by the new musical emancipation of the Nigerian brand couldn't, and till date don't understand the storm that is blowing from Nigeria across the globe with rhythm and lyrics that erstwhile were categorized as native, satanic, and barbaric. At the same time, Nollywood emerged with a vibrancy that Bollywood, which was next to Hollywood, gave a bow for the Nigerian film industry to take a second place globally. Have the Nigerian youth not tried? They've tried. In the field of sports, Nigerian youths have wowed the world with fantastic soccer stars like J.J. Okocha, Kanu Nwankwo, Mikel Obi, and so many other stars. The Nigerian youth hasn't failed even in culinary prowess. We recently celebrated Hilda Bassi. How many of you remember Hilda Bassi? All the women will remember her. You know, Hilda Bassi entered the Guinness Book of Records as a winner of 93 hours of non-stop cooking. That was great. And there are so many others. The Nigerian youth did not disappoint in the negative either. We've celebrated the positives. But they also refused to be quiet in the negative. With the entrance of the millennials and the Gen Zs, the Nigerian youth took internet scams to another level. Where stars like Hush Puppy, who was sentenced to 11 years imprisonment for conspiracy to launder money obtained from business email compromise on other scams, made over $60 million in various exploits. And I know some of you may not know this name, Emmanuel Ibeshi. Some of you may not hear him, but he's a very well-known name in the banking industry. Emmanuel Ibeshi mesmerized the banking world. You know what he did? He sold a non-existing airport to a Brazilian bank for $242 million. The bank went bankrupt. Excuse me. The bank went bankrupt. Some directors died. And it took a whole lot to be able to get him. How he did it, you can't understand. That was a Nigerian youth. If you get into Google, just get onto Google or YouTube, just search for Emmanuel Ibeshi, Nwude. You will see it. And I'll give you the statistics, the data of what happened to that Brazilian bank. With above few examples, there is no gainsaying the fact that the Nigerian youth has shown remarkable ability to adapt to new circumstances in every sphere. Where the political space threw them out, they found other avenues in their survival mode to be on top of their game. In the last 23 years of Nigeria's fourth return to democratic governance, it would not be wrong to state that we have come to a very dark moment of our 23 years walk on this pathway of democracy, and certain things must necessarily be rejigged. The convener of Country First Movement, which is also a movement like PSJ, his name is Chris Nwakobia Mustafa. I don't know if that is an ally or it's actually his name, but it's Country First Movement. This is what he said concerning the November 11th elections that took place in Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo states. I'm quoting him, and I like the press, those members of the press who are here with us, so that you know I'm not the one who's saying it. I'm quoting somebody verbatim. Listen to what he said. And it's very instructive because it made a lot of sense to me. Chris said, Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa off-season elections. Why expect fairness and peace when snatch and run with it is in the saddle? I'm beginning to believe that we suffer from gross selective amnesia as a nation. I have read befuddling wistfulness manifest in many commentaries about possible free, fair, and credible polls in Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo. And I wonder who done it. Are you not aware that the morning tells largely what the day would be like? With the electoral larceny of February and March 2023 and the attendant judiciary somersaults, tell me who believes in the sanctity and sanity of the electoral process anymore. Who will wait for a solid, tainted, and corrupt umpire, in this case, Mahmoud Yakubu's INEC, to declare results without doing the untoward? Does the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, have the capacity to organize a free, fair, and credible election? The truth is that the floodgates of blood have been unlocked in Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo, because the man who must win must understand that power is not served a la carte. He must snatch it, run with it, and where necessary, kill for it. That is where we are. If you like, call me a sore loser for telling the truth. Call me a grieving obedient. But can you sow cassava and reap cocoyam? I can bet the heavens that 1 million battalions cannot maintain peace in the off-season elections scheduled for 11 November 2023 in the states of Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo. Speaking deeply, the polls are scheduled by the umpire INEC and the president to be theaters of blood. I pray they prove me wrong, I pray. But how can they, when those who held the violence that greeted the February and March national elections occupy prized positions in government today? How can they win when go to court is the new cliche in town? Must you not win by any means possible and through any crookedness available for the loser to go to court? 1,001 pages of signed peace accords will pass for toilet sheets if nothing is done quickly to recalibrate our moral margins and redefine the frontier of politics and electioneering in Nigeria. Anything else is like the wait for Godot. After spending over 320 billion of the money that belongs to you and I, Nigeria, in the sham called elections that Mahmoud Yakubu and his goons superintended over in February and March, no one is yet on trial. For several inexplicable hitches, glitches, and ditches. After watching the dance macabre that the judiciary gave a clean bill to, and after seeing go to court, which means we own the courts, what do you expect will happen in Imo, Kogi, and Bayelsa? You are not clairvoyant, nor are you Nostradamus, if you say sorrow, tears, blood, and mayhem. But wait, must this mess continue ad nauseum ad infinitum? It is, however, not all doom and gloom, countrymen and women. The present crisis shall most definitely make true time-tested praxis. Only when it's dark enough can you see the stars. Something must give sooner rather than later. And then the task of nation building shall begin. Here you may call me clairvoyant, you may call me a seer, or even call me a Nostradamus. But like Carlyle, I believe that no lie can live forever. I, like Colin William Bryant, I believe that truth crushed to earth shall rise again. And I believe that a new Nigeria is in the horizon. My faith in God tells me that Nigeria shall rise again. My faith in Nigeria tells me that a new generation of patriots and thinkers are ready, willing, and able to birth the new day, the new deal, and the new republic that we crave. And my faith in humankind says, keep the fire burning, Chris, for the day is near. End of quote. Don't worry. We are going to clap for ourselves when we act on what we have heard. The test of the pudding is in the eating. When we leave this conference and we activate the things we have heard in this conference, we can clap for ourselves in the next lecture we have in 2024. Correct? So we keep our claps till then. Now let's look at the limitations of youth participation in being the vanguard of social justice. Number one limitation is the level of education. The disparity in educational backgrounds is a big disadvantage. The understanding of issues from broad spectrum and for necessary input to proper correct methodology for channeling identified issues to be mitigated is a huge challenge. Because if I look at all of you sitting down here, there are some of you who have degrees, some have 2 degrees, some have not even completed a degree, some are business people, but they are interested. Am I saying the correct thing? Without necessarily asking you, I know that is what the demographic stature of Nigeria is. We have activism in all spheres. You don't have to have a degree for you to be able to advocate for change, to see the correct thing. So our educational levels and differences are a limitation on how we process the things we want to advocate for and how we go about that processing. That is number one problem. The number two problem, we have political ideology. The Nigerian youth has no clear-cut political ideology with which to follow outside student unionism with our bombastic lingo, which may best be confined to our compasses, but may not have any real bearing with the larger society which they are expected to intervene. You know the campus language in our student union? Bo, bo, bosa, and all that. You understand what I'm saying? Can somebody chant one of those for me? Come on, where are they? Chant it. More. Now, okay, hold on. So can you see what that evoked? A participation which everybody knows amongst you, right? The moment you say that, you know that an activist is in our midst. A student union activist is in our midst. But where does that take you? Hello? All of that is just emotions and gyration in the same spot. It does not translate to a political ideology. Because the country has not given you a political ideology. Nigeria hasn't really offered you, through existing political parties or leadership, precise political ideologies with which to base your expectations and or your interventions. The last time political parties had any real attempt at political perspective was the coinage of General Babangida's a little to the left and a little to the right in the Social Democratic Party and the National Republican Convention that he formed in 1989 that produced MK Abiola as the presidential candidate of SDP, which he won, but unfortunately Abiola never became president. Unfortunately, instead of becoming president, we had to mourn his death under mysterious circumstances which have not been unraveled till today. So, if you ask Babangida what is a little to the left and what is a little to the right, you may be left in a conundrum of your own to try to find out. I was National Publicity Secretary of PDP. National, I'm not talking state. When PDP came into power in 1999. I spoke for the party. I was the image of the party. But if you bring the PDP constitution and ask me what is the political ideology that this party is basing its rulership of Nigeria for the past 16 years, where will I categorize it? Or the APC or ACN that eventually coalesced other parties into one has become APC today. What is the difference between PDP and APC? Maybe I should leave you with that to go and find out. No particular ideology that has been given to the youth to understand what they are following. The Nigerian youth is confused as to what political ideology to advocate, not knowing what brand of democracy is practiced in Nigeria. They see a mixture of very badly plagiarized American presidential system, laced with a comic cocktail of theocracy, monarchy, and oligarchy in some parts of northern Nigeria, where certain individuals bestriding as governors in southern Nigeria practice dictatorship, autocracy, and authoritarianism in their states where they reign as imperial majesties, in absolute disregard of a binding federal state. To worsen the matter for the confused youths, the judiciary has not helped in playing the role of ombudsman for the youth to have a direction towards collating and channeling his expectations of governance in social and political activism. What can the youth do in this confusion? Because the various governors it's like every state has its own constitution, not the federal constitution. The governors are the main men. So if you look at the president at the national level, you are missing the point. Because you have a small president who is governor. The budget of the state probably, a governor can decide to just put all his family members to steal everything from there. And that's what we have experienced so far. What exactly is the Nigerian constitution? So for you to start advocacy, you must understand your rights. You must understand your ideology. You must understand what you are advocating for so that you fall within the parameters of the right analysis. And I asked a rhetorical question. What can the youth do? And I said, the youth must do something. How many of you remember the 4 lepers in the gate of Syria? I love the church people. We always move our hands. You know what those 4 lepers did when there was famine? To be a leper was a curse. They cannot just simply enter into the city gates, stay by the door, and they beg for alms right there. But those lepers were the ones that God used to rescue Israel. But they came to a final conclusion of their lives. They knew there was food beyond this gate that was shut against them. They were starving. And they told themselves, if we stay here, what will happen to us? If we go over there, what will happen? So whichever way, that's the state of the Nigerian youth right now. And what happened? When these lepers eventually said, hey, it's better to go and die where there is food than to stay here and starve, they moved. Little did they know that God had moved ahead of them. And God had given their feet, which were toeless, struggling. Those feet became mighty thunderstorms as marching battalions. And the Syrians fled. And they entered. And they feasted. Nigeria is waiting for the youths to do that. The youth must do something. But first, the Nigerian youth must put on a new lens through which he must see himself, through which he must see his worth, through which he must see his particular and peculiar advantage and his unique contribution in the political space. The truth is, the Nigerian society as is thrives because the youth is ignorant of his worth and has not placed the right value upon himself. The Nigerian youth is unaware of his enormous potential. And because of his ignorance, the executive exploits him. Because of his ignorance, the legislature exploits him. Because of his ignorance, the judiciary exploits him. Yet, the youth is the proverbial table upon which the political actors place their meals. When he eventually realizes this, he will rise up and throw away their meals and ensure the right premium is placed on him. The Nigerian youth must recognize the enormous role he plays in transformation and place a premium on his contribution. The more upright he is, the easier it is for him to market and sell his worth. The perception of his integrity quotient or character deficiency is what places a premium on his worth. The youth must map out clearly identified and well thought out transformative issues for which to impact society through specific outcomes. He must engage in various forms of civic and social actions as volunteering, campaigning, organizing, mobilizing, protesting, or advocating for causes or issues that he cares about. These actions can help the youth express their opinions, values, and identities to raise awareness and influence public opinion, to hold authorities accountable, and to create positive change and impact in their communities and societies. For example, the NSAS project. When I mentioned that, that will resonate with all the youth here. The NSAS project is planning, its execution, and its expected outcomes need to become a case study for youth participation in political transformation. The aim of the NSAS was to stop police brutality and the profiling of innocent youths. Demonstration in the street was not the expected outcome. Demonstration was just a tool to direct attention towards expected policy change. The avenues for which that outcome was expected was far wider than just one medium, which left the project with question marks at the end of it as to whether the purpose was achieved or not. Compare the NSAS project with the Malala Yousafzai's campaign for the right for every child to receive education in Pakistan. I don't know how many of you are aware of Malala Yousafzai. How many of you are? Great. She campaigned in Pakistan for the right for every child to receive education. She almost lost her life in that campaign, but that campaign achieved its purpose. Malala, through this campaign, became a Nobel laureate at age 17. At age 17, she became a Nobel laureate. Something that Professor Wole Soyinka got at age what? We have one Nobel laureate in Nigeria, Wole Soyinka. So when you are mentioning Nobel laureates, you have to mention Malala Yousafzai, a 17-year-old girl in Pakistan who campaigned for the right of every child in Pakistan to be educated. And what did she get for it? They tried to assassinate her several times. They eventually shot her in the eye, and she was in intensive care for a pretty long time. But she beat death and continued to live. She's 26 today. She's still alive. What did she end up doing in that campaign? She got international pressure through this campaign. And they were able to meet up with the demands for her campaign. But on the flip side, let's look at the NSAS project. The NSAS project ended without expected outcomes. Same campaign like Malala, but without expected outcomes. It ended with unsung matters. Why can we not have our own Malala out of the NSAS to become a Nobel laureate? After so many young people died at the toll gate. Rather, we have unsung matters in Nigeria. We did not have global intervention. CNN carried it for a while, but it didn't really give it the kind of approach that we would have expected. It ended up without identified heroes. How many people can mention the heroes of NSAS? How many? Even among the youths, you have to scratch your head. You can imagine such a well-coordinated and organized project. It ended up without heroes. Yet in faraway Pakistan, not 1/10 as coordinated as Nigeria, we have a Malala Yousafzai as a Nobel laureate. That's a challenge for you. Even those who are keeping the fire of the NSAS endeavor alive today, through hashtags, they are scared for their lives. And they are quite negligible and literally drowning in attempting to keep the fire of the endeavor alive. Not even the Obedience, who identified with Mr. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party in February 11th presidential elections, could sustain the empathy evoked by the NSAS crusade. Examples abound to learn from other climes, where youth advocacies have led to expected outcomes, like the Scottish independence referendum, the Colombian peace referendum, and the Sudanese revolution, and the Hong Kong protests, amongst others. We will have to elevate the NSAS project. It has not ended. We must look for how to resurrect and keep it alive and continue to make new inroads through that very successful protest to become something that we can leverage on for successful outcomes. With the advent of social media, there are many more subtle, persuasive, and pungent avenues with which to market social change issues with hashtags and buy-ins that are non-violent and generic. Funding could be tricky in some of these issues-based campaigns, but with strategic networking that encourages buy-ins, crowdfunding can always come in handy, amongst other fundraising strategies, as the case may be. But it must be seen and known to be owned and driven by the youth to evoke expected empathy. All political parties have offices of youth leader, correct? Some of you are youth leaders in your ward or in the local government chapter of your political party. This is for some of you who are at that level. These offices can drive enthusiasm, passion, and energy of the youth using participatory methods that bring out the best potential in the youth for transformation. Faith-based, tribal, and ethnic issues that have held the Nigerian state politically captive are veritable content that youth activism can deploy to canvas for transformation, amongst others. It is time for the Nigerian youth to stop looking at elders who told them that they are leaders of tomorrow, to recognize now that those leaders are rather depending on them youths to rescue them from a ship they elders have literally run aground. The youth must stop playing the victim and leverage on their God-given energy and see beyond the limiting circumstances around their immediate environment and deploy their natural gifting and talent for the good of society. Finally, you are not here for pep talk. Not at all. You are here to brace up and take up the challenge of refocusing Nigeria's priorities, refocusing Nigeria's image, and refocusing Nigeria's perception out there to prepare this great country for her leadership role in the African continent. You are up against a global narrative which was very well adumbrated by the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. Nuhu Ribadu stood before a global audience and said, I'm a Nigerian. I am from this paradoxical continent where today our most notorious export is stolen money. That full speech before a global audience is in YouTube. And in that YouTube talk, Nuhu Ribadu gave an expose on what he did when he was given a piece of paper by President Obasanjo to start the EFCC. Nuhu did a great job as a young man. Did a great job. It was because of Nuhu Ribadu that the EFCC prosecuted the former IG who was his boss. He saw his boss with all those accounts and all the stolen money. Nuhu prosecuted him, recovered the money, and put the man in jail. He did the same to James Ibori, put James Ibori in jail. James Ibori almost ran away from it, but after Yaradua died, he was put in jail. First in the UK and down in Nigeria. But, there are lots of areas where the Nigerian youth must rise up and stop looking at what the elders have done. The elders have finished. They have finished this country. Stop looking up to them. And I said a couple of things here. This is a charge to the Nigerian youth. This is your time and space. If a Gen Z, there's a girl called Uyai Abasi in Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom Tech Week was about 3 weeks ago. And in that Tech Week, I saw a display by Uyai Abasi of a new mobile phone that she had invented. It is not a phone like your usual iPhone or Android phone. It looks like a charger. It's a voice-enabled phone. And she christened the phone Ifyok. I actually posted it on my Facebook page because I was excited. It does not have a screen like this. There is nothing in it. Very tiny little thing. What does Ifyok do? Ifyok, call Inua, Ishaya Inua. That's all you can say to Ifyok. And a visible virtual screen will come up. Probably if Inua has 3 or 4 numbers, the 4 numbers will show. I say, call which of the numbers? I say, if your call 0803 1111 5555, it says calling Inua. It calls. That was done by a Gen Z like you. Kwaibo. And I'm sure she must have patented it by now. There's a whole lot that the youth can do. That phone, unlike this phone that has to depend on Google for find my phone and all that, it has a location tracker. I could say, Ifiok. No, when I call, for instance, Inua, I say, Inua, where are you? And I've put lie detector on. And Inua will say, I'm in Crispan. Ifiok will say, it's a lie. Yep. You can stay here, especially for husbands and wives. You can track your husband. Yes. Say, I know you like that. So all you need to do, one house. One house. Don't worry, don't get excited about Ifiok yet. Those are the potentials of the Nigerian youth. We did not get it in Apple phone. We did not get it in Android phones. We got it in Akwa Ibom. That means there's potential in Nigeria. This conference is to help sharpen your knack for political activism, for transformational change, and to assist in contributing towards helping you achieve that purpose. There are quite a couple of topics that can appeal to wider interests that you could adopt, ranging from removal of immunity clause for all public office holders. You know what that would do? If we remove immunity clause for the governor. You know what that would do? You can advocate that. It becomes a rising crescendo. When they are there, they know that we can take them to court while they are in office and we can jail them. The heavens will not fall. Rather, we'll change the system. I'm here to challenge you to learn a skill that can help you earn and be financially independent of pittance politicians give to you during campaigns, so you can conveniently participate in the political process as candidates or as influencers. There are myriads of skills available at little or no cost at all, from copywriting to video editing, email marketing, high-ticket sales closing, and many others that can make you content creators with high earnings without compromising your integrity. To bring us back to what Bishop Kwashi was saying yesterday, Fela, in one of his famous interviews, remarked, Fela said, I hold ganja, saying the truth, but they hold the holy book, telling lies. What a paradox. He holds ganja, telling truth to power, to government. But we hold the Bible in the mosque, telling lies to government and perpetrating the lies and partaking in the corruption. That is the problem the youth face today. Not knowing where salvation will come from, whether from the Holy Book or from the smelly king's table. Never has Nigeria been so blessed in history as now, with Nigerians heading the biggest African financial institutions: the African Development Bank, the African Export-Import Bank, and the African Finance Corporation. These three are the biggest institutions in the African continent, led by Nigerians. And again, we are also blessed that the World Trade Organization for the entire globe is held by a Nigerian. How else can Nigeria be blessed? Yet we have the most pitiful scenario in terms of how we allow opportunities for our youth. And the youth themselves are sitting there and waiting for elders. Sitting there and looking at elders, destroying their future and looking and begging the elders. This is what I said. I want the Nigerian youth arising from this conference to send a distinct and clear message to the world, telling the world that though our own former president, General Muhammadu Buhari, called us lazy and jobless because he could not recognize nor understand our potential, we will not wait nor beg to be recognized for what we can give to the world. Though we may have been labeled scammers on the World Wide Web, we are resolved to change that narrative, to reflect us as the ones who will sanitize the internet with our positive contributions. Though we may face infrastructural deficits to accomplish our ideas, we rest assured, following the resilience of our examples in Chimamanda Adichie, Hilda Bassi, Faith Odunsi, the 15-year-old girl who represented Nigeria at the global mathematics competition in China, beating the United States, beating the United Kingdom, beating China and the rest of the world to bring the trophy to Nigeria. Faith Odunsi's doggedness, her resilience and determination to prove to the world that living and schooling in Nigeria was an advantage and not otherwise, proved that hard work and God's grace, which is abundant in Nigeria, a country sustained by grace and absolute confidence in God and his creation of male and female, is still very much superintending in the affairs of man, and has designated Nigeria as leader of the African continent and the next global hub through the effort of the youth, which are in the vanguard. I want the Nigerian youth to rise from this conference determined that though generations before you may not have lifted you to leadership examples worthy of note, your generation will right the wrongs. I want the Nigerian youth to rise from this conference determined not to hold a pity party and beg for validation, but rather determined to utilize all you have heard in this conference as a catalyst for your metamorphosis. I want the Nigerian youth to understand that the leadership of tomorrow you were promised yesterday has become available today. Unfortunately, it has become available without the promise. You have been left with the most unenviable task of navigating Nigeria out of this present darkness to a future designed and created by you. Fortunately, the International Organization for Peace Building and Social Justice has confidence in you and believes in you and believes you will succeed and birth a new Nigeria of our dreams. I recently saw a caption in one of the status updates of one of my friends, which reads thus: 25 prisons closed in Holland because there were no criminals to fill them. 25 prisons closed in Holland because there were no criminals to fill them. The Bible says, righteousness exalts a nation. But what is a reproach? Sin. If you can close 25 prisons in Holland because there were no prisoners to go there, Why should our prisons be brimming with Nigerian youths? The time has come and you must rise up to the challenge. You must pick up the pieces and change the narrative. I pray that God will help you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Please sit down. Remember I said we're going to have some exercise. You've clapped for me. I want to clap for you too. We have 30 minutes left to do very short exercise. And we're going to split into 4 groups. Yes. And I want volunteers. Who is interested in digital technology? Who knows about digital technology? Social media. Okay, those who are interested in social media, stand up. Stand up. Come over here. Quickly, we have 30 minutes. Social media, come over here. Yeah. Okay, sure. That's where they will go. Amongst you, choose your leader. Choose your leader. Because that leader will represent you when you come back from where you're going to discuss. All right. Okay. Don't worry. Quietly, that's okay. Just stay there. So the next group, they are going to discuss on challenges and opportunities for youth participation in political parties and institutions. Come over here. Choose your leader quietly. We have less than 30 minutes. Choose your leader. So the next group, hold on, quiet. Let's do it fast. We have 2 more groups. No problem. The next group, the way you are going, I may have to disband these groups. We have 2 more groups going on. So you can always swap positions. How can youth collaborate with other stakeholders, such as civil society, media, academia, political leaders to advance their agenda and interests? That's the next group. Let me read it again. Pay attention so you can swap positions from where you are. How can youth collaborate with other stakeholders, such as civil society organizations, the academia, or political leaders in political parties to advance their interest and agenda? That group should go up the podium there. Nobody? It's fine. Stand over there. Just be in the middle. Just in the middle. How can youth collaborate with other stakeholders, such as civil society, media, academia, and political elders to advance their agenda? That's fine. You are over there. The last group will come on the stage here with me. How can youth develop and implement innovative inclusions and solutions to address negative aspects of money in politics, political corruption, and the digital divide? Yep. Money politics, political divide, negative aspects of money politics. Come on top here. Quickly. Group 1. Oh yeah, quickly, let's identify the group so we can break into our classes. Let's be sure that the leaders are taking the headings very well so that you don't miss it. So group one, what is your heading? What are you talking about? Okay. Group two. Group three. Yes. Great. Group four. Great. You have 25 minutes and your time starts now. Get into the breakout sessions in the rooms. Come out with solutions from there. You hold on. Listen to the instructions. I have spoken grammar in this paper. Abi? Aha. Dogo Turenchine. That Dogo Turenchi is finished. Now you are going to come with solutions. You have seen the problems that you are facing. You are representing a problem. You are representing a problem. You are representing a problem. And you are representing a problem. So speak in your own language so that we can put it into a channel where you can be more effective when you live here. Your time starts now. We are back here by 5 minutes to 10.
Please, there are rooms by your right. No chairs in most of the rooms. You can stand and talk. Please, group leaders, lead the conversation. And please try and participate. We will work within 20 minutes and call you back. Okay. One group can stay here. One group is already here. So 3 rooms there can be occupied by different groups. The time is running. There is no time.
Welcome back on the breakout sessions. Please let's take our seats so that we can have our feedback. Are the four groups here now? Who are the leaders of the four groups? Let's see the group that is ready. Any group that is ready can come up. You have 2 minutes to summarize what you have. Which group wants to start? Group 1? Ready?
Group 1.
Group 2? Which group is ready? Any group that is ready, come over. Group 3? Group 1? Okay, Group 1, come over. We want to be on time today. And please, after you give your narrative, we would like you to summarize everything that you have and send it to the repertoire so that we can have it in our archives. Yeah? Okay, Group 1, give us your solutions. 2 minutes. Your time starts now.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to discuss. Our topic of discussion was, excuse me. How can we use digital and social media to influence youth political processes and outcomes? Is that a question?
All right, having known the question, we'll continue. The social media is being used as a fact-check toolbox. You use it to verify information. The social media has helped in promoting publicity. The social media has helped in investigation and verification using the available data and facts. The social media can also be used as a tool to shape the minds of the youths. The social media have been used to connect with people from a wide range of places to achieve a common goal through hashtags and massive trends. The social media brings about absolute mind transformation through spontaneous posting, reposting, and posting. In the usage of the social media, one has to be careful in posting verified information because the social media can make or may. So we are all advised that in the usage, we should ensure that we post genuine information as it was said yesterday. The use of digital devices have been very helpful in the past elections to achieve some desired goals. Though it wasn't well achieved, but it has moved us some inch ahead compared to where we were. The Buhari was able to come to power because of propaganda and the pressure he gave through the usage of the social media. So the social media can be used as a tool for propaganda, positive propaganda, I would say, in order to achieve positive desires.
20 seconds left.
The social media has helped in grassroots mobilizations and to hold our political leaders accountable. In the usage of the social media, the use of pictures and images, videos as sources of verifications have been very important and helpful over time, which has brought about positive outcomes. These and so many other unsaid advantages are there for us to make use of. Thank you.
Can we clap for him? Thank you so much, Group 1. So we will put all of this together in our repertoire so that we can make proper use of it. Group 2.
As Group 2, we'll be discussing what are the main challenges and opportunities for participation in political parties and institutes.
Morning, sir. All protocols are duly observed. Permit me to stand on this protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the lack of time we have, I'm just going directly to the point. Youth inclusion in politics or political parties and parties institution has been one of the things that has been discussed since we are here. So they are trying to show us that youth inclusion in politics is one of the best aspects right now. Because political parties is the coming together of people or leaders in order to have a certain goal, to achieve that certain goal under their political party. And also politics is also an activity in order for you to also assign that certain goal. You understand? So youth inclusion in politics, we have many challenges. One of the challenges we have is finance. Our father here has stated that the money that is set in order to buy form is very costly in the sense that me here as a youth want to be in politics. How will I get 50 million to buy form? It can't be possible. This is one of the challenges we are facing. The second challenges we are facing that we have here is godfatherism. Now in politics, even if you are a youth, you have the zeal, you have the ability, the competency. How could you join politics if you don't have a godfather? You can't do that. So this is another problem we have. The only youth in politics are those that have the godfather, and they are not as vocal as us that don't have the godfather.
Let's stop clapping so we can hear them.
The third thing we have is barrier of entry. There are barriers we have whenever we want to enter politics. There will be internal crises in party. I want to join the PDP or APC, but there are internal crises that they don't even have time to listen to me. These are barriers that protect us from entering political parties. The last one is lack of knowledge. Yes, there are youth that don't have the knowledge of political parties. They have everything they had to be in politics, but that knowledge will never lead them to be part of the politics. And if they will be, they will do their best. So without time, I'm going to the opportunities that if youth are in politics, we have that opportunities. Number one, it's promote innovation. You have great ideas, great methods. You can stand and talk. Look at me here standing in your presence and talking. So innovators, people like us, you understand, it will give this promotion more than anything. The second thing is, it gives room for youth in decision making. Ladies and gentlemen, look at how our presidents are. Look at Buhari. The first time Buhari was the president, he went outside Nigeria. Why? He's sick. How could you expect someone that is over 60, 70 to rule Nigeria and won't get sick? Look at Tinubu is shaking when he's talking, everything, that kind of things. But what? It's because of his age. So when youth are involved in decision making,
25 seconds left.
When youth are engaged in decision making, without decision and with the things we will bring, I think youth will have another stage in politics. Then lastly, it provides solution to societal issues. We are the youth, we are the society. Old people that are old, they are always at home enjoying AC and everything. We are outside doing any kind of hustle. Look at Dr. Sam, the kind of struggle he had in his school. But now if you contest in politics, they will say, Dr. Sam, you are young, you can't contest. And they are the kind of people we like. So at least if youth will be included in politics, I think the narrative of Nigeria will change by the rest of the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, when you come, group 3, when you come, just go straight to all your solutions. Is that okay? Group 3. Representative of group 3. Sam, are you ready for politics? Are you ready for politics? They just called you here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right, we looked at youth participation, how youth participation and collaboration with other stakeholders such as civil society, the academia and the political sector and the media can help to advance our agenda. Well, first, we considered what the youth agenda is. It is important to define what that agenda is. The scope of the agenda, the strategies, the step-by-step procedures, the mapping out, all of the things that we need, develop models that can be able to help us, right? And then we looked at the agenda, what basically are we pursuing? We are looking at youth inclusion, participation, and equal opportunities. Now, the question that we have is the how. So we considered several hows. One of them is establishing platforms for conversation, establishing good platforms that can enable us to talk at a round table. Then we also looked at regular meetings with stakeholders, at different platforms, social media, Zoom, and what have you. We also looked at having to establish MOUs with them so that we can be able to achieve our agenda. Again, we looked at advocacy, outreaches, where we can, when we go out, for instance, to advocate for something, we can get some of the stakeholders to be present, to be part of what we are discussing. For instance, the media, when we go out to advocate, the media should be present to be there, to carry the news and help us travel further. Again, we looked at maintaining our focus and being consistent. You don't just wake up and say something today and then tomorrow you change your mind. We need to remain focused. We need to be consistent. And then the last part is that before we even go out to engage in some of these things, we need to build capacity. It is important that whoever is hearing knows that you are sound and that you are not wasting their time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now let me just interject very briefly this third group. Because with this third group, the secretary cannot make a forest. So you are going out as youth to interact with the larger society, to interact with political parties. So your cohesion is paramount. Your ideals must be understood. And you must prepare yourself in such a way that your ideas don't get hijacked. Understand? That's the biggest problem. You must insulate your ideas so you don't get hijacked. Group 4, very quickly. Group 4. Gen Z.
Good morning. Good morning. So, Group 4, we're giving. So, Group 4, we're giving the topic, how can you develop and implement innovative and inclusive solutions to address the negative aspects of money in youth, political corruption, and digital divide? First of all, we need to ask ourselves, how did we get to the problem of money inclusion in politics? Because that has been our major issue. So the thing is, we identified two major issues: poverty and illiteracy. Because when someone is hungry, there's nothing you cannot do to make that person. There's everything you can do, everything with money to be able to buy that person. Likewise, illiteracy. When someone does not have the requisite knowledge, you can easily deceive that person with whatever gullible information out there, and then the person will buy it and work with it. This has been our major issue. So how can we circumvent these issues? And we identified the main thing we need to do. Talk about your technology, talk about everything. If you don't change the mindset of an individual, you can never ever do anything. So we identified the fact that we need to work to change the mindset of Nigerians, especially those in the rural community, because that's where the real vote buying, the real money politics is being carried out. So how can we do these things? So in doing this, we need to find a way of creating more and more awareness and advocacy in such a way that it will help form their mindset and be like, yes, no matter what may come, I will stand by this and I will stand by the truth and everything. So how can we do? We identify that, the fact that we value religion and politics very well, religion and tribe very well. So we find a way that, if we are going to do this, in an innovative solution, why not? Most of our churches and our mosques, we have projectors. Where you have projector, when you are coming to the church, you see something like a billboard or your projector talking about something positive about the growth of Nigeria. And then maybe with a picture of a prominent, let's say, imam or pastor, and be like, this person, and you attribute it to that person. It will have a way of changing that person. Someone like Dora Akwe started something before she died. She started with Nigeria, good people, great nation. That always, for me personally, it rings a bell wherever I find myself till today. So that is where we are going to start. If we can work to change the mindset of people, it will work, it will help. Then in the rural community without access to technology, we talk about developing digital skills, training on digital, so they can have technology. Then when they have this technology, just like, imagine where you are browsing and the next thing that comes out from your phone is, as you are browsing a website, and then you see a pop-up advert that comes. If we can leverage this technology and put it in growth of Nigeria, such that when you're opening any website, especially a Nigeria-related website, and then you see a pop-up advert that will just come out to talk about something positive about Nigeria, and you attribute it to a prominent traditional leader or a prominent religious leader, and you see how it will help. It's a gradual something. Most times we just leave it during election, and we start doing it, which will not even change anything. But if we start it now, before that time, I think it will create this thing. We have other things to talk about. These are the major things. We talked about community collaboration and networking. We talk about advocacy and awareness. And then we also talk about, the last thing we should talk about the creating of websites. Talking about websites and social media channels. We talk about how we can create inclusiveness and growth in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, have we gained something from those 4 groups? Have we? But the greatest of these gains, we can reduce it to exemplary living. You are the minister of change. You are the change we want to see. When you are the change we want to see and you enact it in your community, your character, your integrity will speak for you. It speaks faster and better than all the razzmatazz we saw. Right? Because if you are a thief in your community and you go and start preaching holiness, the messenger will be useless with that message. Good message, but useless messenger. Abi? So we must go away from here as messengers of change. I want to thank you for the opportunity given to me today. And I pray we live this experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's been a privilege to be enriched by your knowledge, and our participation has it's been great, actually. I applaud your participation, and please, let's do more than just clap. Let's stand and say thank you to Honorable Emmanuel. I know we want to continue with this conversation, so I would, please, with your permission, sir, would like to take 2 questions. Wow, there are already hands up. I'll take a female and a male. Sir, I'll take your question because you raised your hand first. Please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the presentation and the exercise you gave us. As in the course of your discussion, you made mention of ideology in regards to political party. You know, in the First Republic and the Second Republics, there are political ideology. Even about the Third Republic that we have, there are ideology. But when we've been ushered into the Fourth Republic that we have, when the 3 dominant political parties, the PDP, NPP, and ED, emerged as a political party, some of us were able to read in literature that the question is it true that it is one person that wrote almost 3 political parties constitution, that's Justice Anger? Because the reason why a lot of people are saying that most of the political parties is no ideology, you find that this person is from this party, the next party, the party that we have up to this now is that one person wrote all the constitution of this political party. I said to be corrected because the community secretary of PDP, that's what I this question. Thank you.
I think I'll take a second for you.
morning, sir. Sir, fundamental observation. My question is based on not the group share. Or when you are giving presentation, you say that students should stop begging. Like, I thought about it. So I'm trying to say that we are not begging. We are demanding for rights because we voted either being governor or any other people on the seat. We voted them in, and we are demanding for rights because when you are seeking for support, you say when you are there, you do this, you do that. So when we don't see any response or any positive report from you people who walk in or walk to government house to demand for our rights, we are not begging, sir. So I don't know if you can show more questions or more light, so that I'll be clear. Thank you.
Let me come back here. You didn't listen to me properly. I specifically say, and I like to quote myself.
It's okay.
I think what you're talking about, where I talked about stop seeking for validation. You don't need to be validated by anybody. I said you must put on a new lens. A new lens through which you must see yourself. The reason the Nigerian youth is looking laid back or looking as if they are not important is because they have not placed the right premium upon themselves. And I'm rousing you up from your sleep to know that you are the most important part of your democracy. It is because the youth is ignorant of himself that they are playing you around like people. You are the most important. You don't need to beg any of them. And I told you that the leadership that they promised you that you will be leaders of tomorrow, that tomorrow is here today. But the promise is not here. I said that. If you wait for them, you will wait till thy kingdom come. So the time for you to let them know who you are is, it's like, there's this cartoon that I always see. The youths are bent like this. And politicians put their food in their bags. And they are eating. And they are abusing them and calling them down, what I don't know, down Iska and all that. All the youths need to do, as they are bent, as they are abusing them, all they need to do this. All that food is thrown away. You have the power. And you are allowing them make you feel like that. Old men. I'm making you remain looking like nonsense people. When Conlon was 29, Conlon was head of state of Nigeria. So what are you people doing? Allowing these old men to do that to you. If I talk about coups in Niger, in Gambia, in Gabon, and all that, they will say I'm preaching something else. But these are young people who have sat back and they have looked at the nonsense going on in their country. And I said, enough is enough. When is Nigeria going to stand up with superior ideas, which you have, and tell these politicians, let me tell you, the civil service is the most corrupt in this country, not even politicians. You want to know the truth? The civil service, civil servants, where will a director or a permanent secretary bring money from to send his or her children abroad? As you come, I don't know how many of you are contractors to government here. if you go to a permanent secretary with a project, first is how much is his or her cost. Then you go to the director that supervises that project. Then you go to the desk officer that monitors that project. And then you go to the finance director. So that when the money is going to come out, in fact, if you don't deal with the finance director properly, and most of these things happen not politicians. I'm talking about the civil service. The most lucrative job in Nigeria today within government structure is what? Customs. Port Authority. Immigration. What are they doing there? People are running there. Because of all the hidden things they are doing, stealing from you. And nobody's talking about it. When I was in the House of Rep, I was committee chairman for banking and currency. And I remember my secretary, the money that I was allocated to the committee when we were going home on vacation, there was a lot of money left. And I wanted to return the money to the coffers of the assembly. And the secretary said, no, it's not done like that. I said, what do you mean it's not done like that? He said, okay, we retire this money. And when we retire this money, since you are chairman, you have 27 members in the committee. If you give them that time, 5,000 naira was a lot of money in 1992. So if you give members 10,000 out of this money, okay, you can take 50,000. And then you can deal with us in the office. You know, with me, I came into the National Assembly as a pastor. Not just pastor, Pentecostal fire. And when I got into, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I won elections in a local government that was 100% NRC. And when we were praying in the pastor's conference, I heard God say clearly, go to SDP. I was the only person that won elections in the local government where all councillors, council chairman, House of Assembly members were all NRC. Governor, NRC. House of Rep, one seat alone I won as SDP. On our knees we prayed. And I went into the National Assembly like that. And here the first test was brought before me. So, okay, 50,000 is your own. Members can go with 10,000. They will thank you. Do you know what temptation is? You see, we can always sermonize when you don't have the opportunity. When you are faced with the opportunity, well, that may be too far away. Bring it to a young man locked up in a room with a beautiful girl naked. That is where we see your righteousness. To cut a long story short, I told Abbas, that was the name of my secretary. I told Abbas, I said, my friend, I'm not like other honorable members you know. This money, retire it and bring the document. I will sign it and you send it to the clerk. I did. And Abbas went and connived with my deputy chairman. He's late now. Alabaran. He was from Bauchi. I came together with Tewase Obundi. Some of you may know, those of you from Benue State. Those were my closest associates. Fortunately, Tewase was a Christian like me. So we bonded together. So Tewase sided with me. I said, no, we are not going to spend this money. We retire this money. And we retired that money. Unfortunate for the committee, when they had heard that this is what I did, and they were planning how to rise up against me, Abacha came and cut down our tenure. So I didn't face any backlash from that. There are consequences for righteousness. So don't think you are going to fight righteousness with just your mouth. It doesn't work. There are tests. You must pass the test. Nigeria is not going to rise because the youth are being pumped. Some people will die. Trust me. I pray that you are ready for the task. May God help you. Thank you so much. Then the last one on ideology. I don't know how many of you have heard about communism. Can somebody define communism? All right, give him the mic. Let him define communism for us. Communism, socialism.
Hello. Communism is the high stage of socialism. From a Karl Marx school of thought, define communism as a system of government in which all the means of production and distribution.
Sorry, sir. Before I give a system of government, I've been meaning to ask this question. It's pertinent. Sorry.
No.
Sorry, sir. It's very pertinent.
No. We want to give, because we are trying to deal with what ideology.
All right.
Yes.
We have democracy.
When we finish with that, then we can come to your question.
All right. We have democracy.
Mm-hmm. What is democracy?
System of government by the people, for the people, for the people, by the people, and But I also have fascism. We have Nazism as practiced in Italy. We have Nazism as practiced in Germany by Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini of Italy. So,
okay.
So can I ask my question? It's very pertinent.
Not yet. We are still dealing with ideology. Another person. No woman. Okay, him. Yes.
Yes, we have monarchy. We have theocracy. He mentioned which polygamy?
Okay, don't worry. Monarchy. What's monarchy?
That's the king.
A system of government that is ruled by a king, a monarch. Yes. Okay, another. Bring it to the front here.
There's aristocracy.
Aristocracy, what's that?
Government ruled by the few elected elite. They are the elite.
The bourgeoisie.
The bourgeoisies.
Okay. And let's take it to the one at the back there. White shirt.
We have oligarchy, we have totalitarianism. So
that's a lot. That sounds like student union. So what's oligarchy? What's oligarchy?
Oligarchy is a system of government run by a small group of elites, as we see it in China and Russia.
The oligarchs.
Yes.
All right, fine. Now, do you understand ideology now? So, in the Nigerian democracy, which you mentioned, where are we? Is this government by the people? For the people? So what are we having? Government of the people, by the people, for the people. Hello? Microphone. Do we still have time?
We usually say in Nigeria we practice democracy. But to a large extent, I believe all we do is civil rule. not democracy. Because democracy, we know all the characteristics of democracy. We don't see them. All we do is we elect people that are civilians into the office. In other cases, they are in all they do is kind of military rule, no respect for the law of the Constitution. So all there is just civil rule, not democracy.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to the man that gave us fascism or communism. Let's go to him. Yeah.
Hello once again. In Nigerian context is a gerontocracy in which only few oldest person used to rule the country. This guy used to give definition of the democracy as the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. This one is an outdated definition of democracy, and also at the same time is a layman definition of democracy. Democracy is a system in which given to an individual maximum freedom and periodic opportunity to choose their leaders and the program. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Now, the reason I gave that is for us to have an understanding of what ideology is. From the various people who spoke, if we narrow it down to what we practice in Nigeria, practice democracy, presidential system of government, where we have 3 tiers of government that are equally independent and strategic to the free flow and running of the system. We have the executive, which comprises the president, the governors, and the local government council chairman. We have the legislature, which consists of National Assembly, State Assembly, and local government council councillors. And then we have the judiciary, with the CJN as the head. And 3 of these tiers are equally independent of each other. And so, if there are bad laws enacted by the National Assembly, which is the legislature, citizens like you can challenge that law in court. And the judiciary is supposed to give ruling because it is a challenge by a citizen of Nigeria expressing his will concerning the bad laws that the legislature has put in place. But recently, this particular 2023, not even the legislature, not even the judiciary that is supposed to help us has given us an opportunity to believe that we're a country. That is the essence of this meeting. So that you know what your rights are supposed to be. The honorable member who is representing this part of Jos local government, what area is this? Jos North. So if that honorable member comes here now and he goes to the filling station with his fleet of cars, I'm sure he will jump the queue. Abi? And without impugning on the integrity of the honor, I'm just using it as an example. I'm not saying the person does that. The people we have in leadership are supposed to even be the examples of how to behave, not to jump the queue. But they're the ones that will break the traffic light. The sirens will blow through with them. But they don't do that abroad. These simple things are some of the things we should be advocating for. If we have a democracy, and we have seen from our political parties how they enforce this little ethics, Nigeria will be a better country. And that's the point I was making before you came. Who asked the question on ideology? Fine. If these little ethics are in our manifesto, I remember as National Public Secretary of the PDP, I created what you call a situation room, where we interviewed our council chairman from the 774 local governments that we have. I'm talking 1999 and 2000. I created what you call the Umbrella Magazine. So that Nigerians you see the Diaspora Commission we have today, we started it in PDP. So that Nigerians abroad will see what the party is doing at various local governments and see if they can invest in their local governments. And we brought local government council chairmen to sit in the situation room. We interviewed them to see if they were carrying out the manifesto of the party back in the local government. That was the essence of the Umbrella Magazine. And today, even the PDP we started, I can't recognize it. I can't recognize it. So you need to rejuvenate this country. And the onus is on you. And I thank God for the International Organization for Peace Building and Social Justice that recognizes the potential of the youth and is going ahead to raise an army that is marching through the land. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ibeshi Emmanuel. We are deeply enriched by your wisdom. And just thank you. You know, I'm very happy that you made it. So he ought to be in the US and do this via Zoom, but he kind of juggled with the whole things and decided to be here physically. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to do something quickly, and then I will get our uncle to return and wind us down for tea break. I want to recognize some people who are here with us, very special people to PSJ. PSJ is into research on atrocities committed in Nigeria, and there is a book we published called Nigeria's Silent Slaughter, and a genocide in Nigeria and the implication for the international community. Nigeria as a country, there is no nation on earth where people have been killed like Nigeria. If you put all the people killed in the Middle East by Hamas, by Al-Shabaab, and all of the terrorist organizations, if you put all the people that were killed together, plus the most recent one between Israel and Hamas, they are not up to the total number of people that have been killed in Nigeria in the past 20 years. It's sickening. Where life is reduced, there is no value, life is no more sacred. People are killed and are killed in a very gory and horrific ways. They don't even kill with dignity. They slit people's throat, cut their head, rip pregnant women's belly, and cut the fetus or embryo into pieces. The kind of killings going on in our nation is unacceptable anywhere. Now we did put together a research of people that have been killed, and we are still working, just so you know. And it's an amazing work. And thank you, Leader, for calling our attention to this. Actually, Leader wanted to do this, but I thought as the follow leader in the organization, let me recognize these special people. And if you would, those are researchers. They've been here a day earlier before you. We had brainstorming session. Can you please stand on your feet for recognition to say thank you for this great work as we look forward to doing more things together. Please be on your feet. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. So let the researchers remain on their feet. Those who did the research remain on your feet. So that is our leader, the spokesman, youth spokesman, very notorious Lawrence Zongo. So I mean it. When I say he's notorious, you don't want to do the kind of things he's doing. I'm not sure I'm going to do that. You know, thank you, Lawrence, for giving your life. His life has constantly come under threat. And I have here, maybe this is the first time you'll hear me say my elder brother, Ahmed Joe from Zaria. He's a great guy. You have been around him. You want to interact with him and know the knowledge that is up in his head. There is nearly no issue to do with this kind of things in Nigeria and documents being published by State Department. Sometimes he begins to analyze these things. You wonder where he's getting the knowledge. I think apart from my Honorable Ibeshi, I don't think there is anyone who is older than him. I am smiling and I will tell you why later. But he still has time to do research because I believe somewhere in his heart there is hope that this nation would work. We, the younger ones, have no reason whatsoever why we can't commit to this kind of cause. And this, I say to spurs to be our provocation so that we also can rise. And I have Anu. Anu is the head of our research at PSJ. I mean, she beats me to it. People think I love work, but I mean, I'm nowhere near this lady. Anu works, and she has made me to just look at myself as I am learning, because every week she sends report. So wherever there is killing in Nigeria going on, every week I have it on my email. That so-so person is killing Imo, and these are the actors that killed the person. So-so person is killing Zamfara. This is the name, this is the location, and these are the suspected killers. Or people have been kidnapped at this community, I mean every week without a fail. Yeah, thank you. And of course, we have our newest. So remind me that name. I am sincerely sorry. I mean the full name. Yeah. I mean, just seeing her for the first time. I am the newest in some of these things. She came from Mina, and she does reporting. It's like you sent out a report yesterday. I saw you very busy. I mean, while we are here doing all of these things, she's putting together things so that people get to know what is happening here. You can't beat this kind of commitment. And thank you very much for coming, and I look forward to seeing what we are going to do together in the coming days. And of course, I have Alheri. Okay, if I mention your name, you can sit down so that it doesn't look as if I am punishing you. Alheri stood here. Alheri Ba Magaji, amazing lady. Yesterday you had her share from her life experience. She calls me Uncle Ishaya. I don't know what other name she calls me. I just love this lady because of the kind of passion. And this doesn't mean I don't love the other ones. Please, I love all of them. I'm just saying that my heart has connected with her in a very deep way because of the way she's standing for her people. By the way, this is the first time you'll hear me say this. Before the Kajuru attack began, a month earlier, I was with bandits somewhere around Regina. And they said, January, we'll start attacking this place. You remember? Yeah, you know? And they kept to their words. And from then onward, there was no peace. So our security agencies are colluding to perpetuate this madness that is going on in our nation. And that's the reason why we can't wait for the system. We have to rise and give strength to the system and strengthen the system to get to do the right thing. Is that okay? Yeah, so thank you very much for all the things you are doing and for putting this together. We look forward to having more things to do together. While I was doing this, a lady walked in. I call her my sister, and she is my sister. I mean, I can't keep the microphone without recognizing her. Hajia Khadijah Abdullahi-Iya is here with us. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Thank you very much for coming. She left Abuja very early this morning just so she could make it today. And immediately after our tea break, our uncle is going to introduce her so that she takes off from there. I mean, you don't want to miss what she says. She has a heart for this nation. And the kind of things she's been doing, I mean, heart going out for people who are on the lowest ladder of the society. And you keep doing that. People whom you know don't have a way of rewarding you, but you're pouring out your life to them. I mean, you can't beat that. Thank you for all that you do and what you'll continue to do. And I believe together I know quite a number of people around her. I'm not sure if I know you. I don't mean to embarrass you, but who are you, please? What are you doing with my sister? I don't know you. Sorry, can I have your name? He came together with her. Okay, Malo. Okay, you took over my place, right? Thank you, Malo. Thank you so much for coming with her. I just wanted him to mention his name because I don't have it. When I talk like this, I talk because we must be a family and a team. So don't think as if I mean to disrespect or to debase anybody. Well, I think this is what I set out to do, just to recognize the people who have been part of this publication. Thank you very much. Dorcas, please, over to you. Oh, yeah. I'm deeply sorry. Please forgive me. How did I miss that? I'm sorry, Peter. Don't take it against me. So he is part of the guys that put this together, and thank you very much. I hope that we are energized and we'll go back in passion to even do more. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, Dorcas?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, we'll be having Mr. Sam Odekon speak with us, but before then, I would like us to just briefly go through some affirmations. Please, media, do you have the affirmation slide? And as it's showing, I would like us to also know that PSJ is on air every Friday at 11:15 a.m. on JFM 101.9 here in Jos. We speak on ethical spotlight, and we also live stream on Facebook. Okay, every Friday, 11:15 a.m. to 12 p.m. So I think we can all see what's projected. Yeah. Please, can we just read through the slides? It's next. I am in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. This is the right path. Next, please. Next. Enough. I have enough. I stand for the truth, in peace, and social justice. I can do hard things. Okay, the last slide before our leader comes. Thank you so much. Please leave the slide on as Mr. Sam Odi comes.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, let's, for some of you that were here yesterday and some of you that are not here, bring out your phones and follow our social media platforms so you can engage in what we're doing. You cannot be a state coordinator or regional coordinator and you are not engaging on our social media platform, sharing it to your community on social media to be part of what we are doing here in PSG. Quickly, I want to make this special announcement to the Jos. All the Jos state coordinator aside Christian youth in politics. Sorry. That are on ground. Christian youth in politics, you have your separate meeting later. Those in Jos during the tea break, please, you rush, pick your tea break. We meet your whatever you take. Please, let's meet at this other hall. Quickly, let's discuss the conference tomorrow. And also, in the evening, by dinner, we'll be having, before dinner, we'll be having a meeting with the ED, also the Jos team, please. So quickly, during the tea break, we'll meet there to discuss modalities and other logistics concerning the conference tomorrow. Please, let's quickly stand up on our feet before we walk out to charge up our spirits. You see, the tea break is 15 minutes, so we return back in 15 minutes. Last night we were here together and we had a charge, our team building activities. I believe your spirit was lifted. So please don't miss today. We'll have more to do on advocacy and building our structures. But meanwhile, as youth, we understand that the Nigerian movement, or to change this country, it must be a struggle. The struggle is not the normal survival of life, but each day we wake up, we see that we are alive. It reminds, especially for me, it reminds me that I am only a survivor of that day, that night. There are people sleeping, they are killed, others. If we don't speak anything on, don't do anything, we'll become victims tomorrow. And it is important that we are part of this struggle. So we'll just revive our spirit. To those of you who join us. Only by struggle, freedom comes by struggle, freedom. Oh, by struggle, freedom comes by struggle, freedom. Oh, by struggle, freedom comes by struggle, freedom. Oh, by struggle, freedom comes by struggle, freedom comes. We'll sing this one while we're going out. Je, 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 we dey go.
Welcome back. Please, as we're seated, do I have your attention, please? Kindly stream Ethical Spotlight on Facebook as we're waiting for others to join us. Just log in and see what's happening over there. Facebook, PSJ Nigeria. Ethical Spotlight is currently airing, and we have our father, the Archbishop, talking on Ethical Spotlight.
Khadijah worries about our depraved Khadijah worries about our depraved social systems, which led to founding a group of social enterprises to foster the SDG goals of sustainable communities. Khadijah was the first female gubernatorial candidate in Niger State in 2023. She was also nominated for the vice presidential candidate in 2019 for Alliance for New Nigeria, ANN. She is a trained public policy and governance specialist from the SPPG. Khadijah is a global citizen with multiple awards in innovation and other social impact series, including Award for Global Excellence in Mentorship and Community Development from Leaders Without Borders Development Center, London, May 2023. A finalist in the Global Women of Stature Awards in the category of Women in Mentorship and Coaching, organized by Hadirat Global in Dubai, May 2022. She was also nominated for the Prize of Peace Awards in the category of Creative Non-Violence in December 2021. Nominated for the Prize of Peace Award in category of Sustainable Communities from the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights 2022, to mention a few. Khadijah is an ideation specialist, a serial social entrepreneur, lawyer, author, publisher, mentor, and most importantly, Khadijah is a mother and a social change actor, passionate about her community and doing something about it. Khadijah's values are humanity, empathy, responsibility, and service. Her objectives and belief is to keep finding innovative, creative ways to add value to community, advocating for literacy through fun learning from the cradle, which earned her an award for excellence for promoting quality education in Nigeria from the Civil Society Action Coalition on Education for All. Her life's goal is to chart a legacy of social impact. Khadijah is married with children and grandchildren. Please, with a standing ovation, make welcome Mrs. Khadijah Abdullahi-Iya.
I am humbled and grateful to be in your presence today. I am so happy to be back to Jos. This place, as I was coming in, holds a lot of memories, a lot of it. I remember the first time I came here, I couldn't walk. My back was excruciating that day, and Yaya went to go and get me doctors, and it was crazy. And then I came back here today again. It's really good to have you guys. I love Jos. I love the Plateau. I was telling my chief that, inshallah, I'm going to buy a property in Jos. Going to be my I love you people because you people have so much love inside of you. And it's palpable. No, I'm serious. It's palpable. I could feel it. Every time I come in Jos, there's this love that you people have. I pray that that can transcend into our society, into the entire nation. So today, I don't want to speak too much to Renchi. We're going to work together today. We're going to have this side and this side. We're going to have a debate. Yes. We're going to have a debate, and we're going to watch a movie. Yes, a short movie, and that will be the base of the debate. Are you excited? It's not a movie, it's a CCTV footage. It's not, so don't expect too much. So, yeah. The slides. So the topic today is the crisis of motherhood. Is the crisis of motherhood in building a just society. We're going to diagnose what motherhood means, what building a just society means. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to discuss, have a conversation around all of this norms. Please, the next slide. So, asking deep questions. Can I have your laptop so that I can see? This is too large for me. So, asking very, very deep questions. How many people are mothers here? Please, can I see your hands up? You should be proud. It's a sacred thing. Okay, so how many people are fathers here? Okay, so, but everyone that is a father had a mother, right? Still has a mother, and some do not have a mother. So it's very important today where the main target is the would-be mothers, and the mothers that are already mothers, right? And then the fathers to listen. We're told in development that if you want the women gender equity thing to work, you have to have more men than women in the room that you're talking about, basically. So that way you're able to. So the first question is, what does motherhood means to you? So, sir, can you tell me what that? I told you we're going to have an interactive session. So I need another mic. What does motherhood means to you?
For me, my name is Cliff Stanley. For me, motherhood is a special place, and it's not everybody that has the privilege of being into motherhood. We still have mothers that still want to have baby, want to nurse, but some that want to feel that aspect of being motherhood can go to the orphanage home and adopt. And that's, for me, motherhood is somebody that cares, somebody that wants to take care, someone that wants to coordinate, someone that wants to make sure that the family is in good shape. Thank you very much.
No, someone needs to be on stand. I love what you said. The operative word is care. The operative word is care. That is what motherhood is. Caring. It's at the core of what motherhood is. What do we mean when we say a just society? I mean, what does a just society look like? So instead of telling you my objective, I'm asking you questions to start thinking. So, thank you. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, please. Please, can you give him a round of applause? Where there is equal opportunities for everyone to thrive. How does the concept of motherhood create justice in our communities? That you'll see in the case study video. You're going to see that. And I know that I'm going to ask very, 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 we're going to have this very engaging session there. Then the last one is to understand the linkage of the impact of motherhood in creating a just society from the home. So I'll just bring it home after all the debate. Talk about what the impact of motherhood does to a just society. Please, next slide. Introduction. So there were the elements that, what was your name? Cliff Stanley said. You can see it here, right? Can we all read it together? A mother is a selfless, loving human who must sacrifice many of their wants and needs for the wants and needs of their children. A mother works hard to make sure that their child is equipped with the knowledge, skills, and abilities to make it as a competent human being. Do we understand that? So the key words. Can somebody tell me, two people, can you tell me the key words there? Okay, everybody's saying, okay. Selfless is one. Sacrifice is too good. What else? Competent. No, raising a competent human being. Loving is another one. Thank you, guys. Clap for yourself. Please tap yourself on the back. You have done very well. So can we watch the video, please? It's just about less than 3 minutes, or about 3.5 minutes. Please, can we put the video on? You click on the next. Yeah, that's the video. Do we have internet too? Yes. But before we have all that, I know there's a lot going on in our minds, right? Right now. Right? There's a lot going on in our minds. There are things that, so the debate, we're going to have this side and this side for the debate. You have already seen the expo of the debate. Who takes responsibility for the children outside who have become violent? The mother, the father, or the community? No. This is a debate. So can we have can you people, I don't know how you guys can do it. Is there a way we can have, they can sit together and these people sit together around and discuss and then come and talk about, they come and debate. We choose one head. So, can you carry your chairs and do round okay, maybe come, talk, discuss, face each other and discuss. So who is choosing that is the mother? You, this side, you are saying is the mother's fault? Okay, I'm giving you people, you are going to debate. We are going to talk about community later. Is it the mother's fault? Is it the father's fault? No, you people, you are saying that it's the father's fault. You people are saying it's the mother's fault. Do you understand? So you choose two representatives. You choose two representatives from you to come and talk about why you think that is the mother's fault. Right? And you. Okay, so there's a breakout room. Yeah, I said there's a breakout room. Yes. So you stay here. Just 5 minutes to discuss your point. No, yeah, let's give them 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Discuss your point. And you discuss your point. Hello? You discuss, how do you face each other? I don't know how you're going to do that. Find a way. I'm sure you can be creative about it. You said it's the father's fault. They are saying that you come and debate and tell me. The question is there now. The people that are outside, whose fault is it that they are outside, they've become armed robbers? And I say that it's the father's fault. So you people, I'm saying that you people should argue that it's the father's fault. They will argue that it's the mother's fault. And then we come and argue together and talk about how the community contributed to what they are. Right? Okay. I'm giving you 7 minutes. 1 minute is already gone. You are still trying to figure out yourselves. From us. Let me go into it, campus. Okay. 2 minutes has gone. You people, have you started talking? Okay.
supposed to. Okay, yes. So you people are choosing that. Okay, that's the one. Yes. Yes. Why is it up for? You have 3 minutes. Hello. Time up. Time up. So, do we have representatives for this side? Hmm?
Please, can we be seated quickly, please? We're eating into our time. We have a mother in the hall. Okay. So can we have the representatives? Can you please come out? Who are those representing this group here? We don't have time. Who is representing this side? The two of you are representing. So the two of you are going to debate with these people. Who is going to be our judge? Yaya. No, Yaya. Leave Yaya. Yaya, do you want to be a judge? A partial judge. Sir, do you want to be? Yaya. Okay. My chief, be one of our judges. They should come in, no? Can we have a female judge? I am always driving gender equity. You want to be a judge? I don't want a judge from the groups. Yes. Do we have a peace and justice secretariat? Yes. A female, yes. We want it to be. So we have 3 judges. Can you come, please? Our most clap for them, please. The second part. Who are those representing? You're both going to debate and argue. When one person speaks, the other person responds. Do you understand? This is how it's going to be. Who are the 2 people? So who is the chief speaker? Well, we stopped that. We are creating that. Who is the chief speaker? You. Okay, who is the chief speaker here? You. Okay. That's a good one. I like the balance. Okay, so you know what the topic is, right? Yeah, so let's start from you. Ladies first, right?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Benedicta Anjaka, and we are speaking on the topic, who is responsible for the outcome of a child in the society. And we are speaking today on behalf of what we are saying, that the mothers are responsible for the outcome of a child in the society. Every one of us here is coming from, we're all birthed by a woman, and we all have mothers. I think the mother plays a major role in the outcome of a child because, number one, she gives birth, and a mother is the person who gives birth, and she nurtures the child.
Excuse me, please, can I stop? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Then you have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes, right? Yes.
Okay. The mother is the one who births the child and nurtures the child. And for that reason, she spends almost 80% of the time with the child. We know that the father just goes out and comes back, and the child is with the mother. So the values she puts in the child is what that child will be raised with. For Christians, we hear when they say, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he grows, he will not depart from it. I believe firmly that a mother has a bigger role to play in that particular proverb. Then secondly, also, because the child spends more time with the mother, and the values the mother knows will be built in that child. That is what that child will be known with. That is what that child will be raised with. Now, some mothers pamper their children, and because of overprotection, so to say, they'll pamper that child, and because of that overprotection, the child grows up and becomes something else in the society. Now, thirdly, for mothers, there's usually this belief that there's usually this belief that there's this link between a mother and a child. So for that reason, in fact, most of the times, okay, even in our Nollywood movies that we watch, we hear when a child will spoil and then the father will say, woman, this is your child. Woman, talk to your child. So for that reason, I believe firmly that a mother plays a lot of role in what the child becomes in the society. So I'll just give my colleague now to continue. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I will continue in the existing protocol. As my colleague co-debater said, she's blaming mother for her child being violent. I think you are mistaken, because the person to be blamed is really the dad. That's the father, with the following reasons of mine. Ladies and gentlemen, a father, I will start by asking, who is the head of the family? Now, for instance, in Nigeria, we have problem. Who are we blaming? The president. Why? You are not supposed to blame your mother, because father is the leader. A mother, yes, I believe that mother has emotion, they have love, but mothers are naturally like that. That is why 90% of our families in Nigeria, we fear our dad more than our mothers. Yesterday, you can hear what our father, the Archbishop, said. Had it been his mother that said he should not follow women, he will go follow women. But because it's his dad, that's make him feel like, okay, if you follow women, then there will be a negative impact of him. Then again, as I was saying, if there is a saying that says charity begins at home. At home, we have a leader who is the dad. A responsible father has responsible children. Why did they not say a responsible mother? Why? Because a mother's love and affection is natural. A mother carries you for 9 months in her womb. She gave birth to you with hard labor. She bathed you when you were a child. You cry, she wake up and everything. And you still think that she will have her own way in giving you respect. But what is the dad doing? He will just go out to work, come back, sleep, go out to work, come back, sleep. It can't be possible. He's a dad, and he needs to be a dad. He needs to show the family that he's a dad. That fear that we have for our dad has to exist in him. I hope you are making sense. Then the next thing I have here is lack of birth control. The lack of birth control happens really on that. There are instances when the lady will talk to her husband that we are having a lot of children. Taking care of a lot of children has problem. But the dad will not matter. He's seen that he's superior over his wife. No, we'll have a lot of children. I don't care. You have 20 children and all of them are outside. How do you expect 20 children, all of them living outside, all of them to be positive? You must have a violent one. But you have 5, 6, you can control them as a dad. Yes, you have to go to work, but still you should have time for your family. There are dads that prefer their jobs or their business more than their family, which is not proper, and it happens in Nigeria. So please, I think your colleagues are even clapping for me, so please change the narrative. Yeah, I really want you to change the narrative in thinking that mother should be blamed. Let me give time for my second co-debater.
Okay. like to go the formal way. Good day, Mr. Chairman, the moderator, accurate timekeeper, ladies and gentlemen. Standing here, my name is Ayaka Akai Princess. Standing here, I would like to back up my colleague who spoke about who is responsible for the violence children create outside. I am here to say is the father. First, let's look at the aspect of negligence. When you look at negligence, the responsibility of a child is of his father. Because some of us understand that when we have a father at home and the father makes rules and say, you cannot come to my house once it's 6 p.m., what are you supposed to do? As a child, you're supposed, once it's even 5:30, you're supposed to look for a way to come back home because you know what your father can do. Your mother, in the other side, will always want to cover up her child, whether she's doing the right thing or wrong thing because of her emotion, because we understand that women are emotional beings, and they will always want to support their children, whether it's wrong or whether they are wrong or they are right. Secondly, I would love to look at the irresponsibility of a father. Some father will understand that when you talk about cheating, it's always the men that cheat. Because men think that they have the power to do and undo. You will see a man who can cheat openly, but you can never see a woman because of societal discrimination. Society will always want to discriminate that woman, and because of the shame and the stigma, you will never see a woman cheating outside. But a man, you will either see him is carrying different, slave queen in his car, doing the unacceptable things in the society. But women are always conscious of what they do, the action, because they know women are always at the receiving end. So as a man, you need to be responsible because what you do is what your children will see and do it in future. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Standing on the existing protocol, I'm by name Emmanuel Ezra Mokolo. I hear my co-debater say that the father or every society is made up of a home. Yes, every society is made up of a home. The father builds the house, but the mother builds the home. So the culture that the children go out with comes from the mother. Now, I would love to defend my point by simply amplifying the role of the mother in the home, which extrapolates to affect the society. The mother conceives the child. She is an incubator. What does an incubator do? It broods upon the child. It nurtures it. It instills cultures, values, and norms that should go to the society. Yeah, my colleague said that the mother spends more time with the children, which is typical of our society. The fathers are always out trying to hustle and provide for the family, and they fall out. They fall out many times, as you mentioned. But then, if you check, the mother is the one who has the sole responsibility to tell these children what a society looks like, how they should behave when they go out, how they should interact with fellow children from the society. And then if you check out, most of our mothers, if not for the advocacies going on nowadays, they are not well educated and well informed. And due to that, they don't know the values to give to the child. And that goes to affect us in the society. You talk about the emotions of the mother, but what was it if what makes us human is emotions? So see the mother being able to transfer these emotions into the child that makes him a human in the society rather than a nuisance. And then you say the father is the leader of the home. But come on, yesterday we heard the bishop mention how his wife made him, you know, you get it. So there is this power. You talk about the woman power. There is this power they have. And so if the children fail, the mother failed to instill all that she needed to in them. Charity begins at home. Who owns the home? Who instills charity and love into the child, if not the mother? So those are the things to check. And then you talk about overprotection of the mother. If she overprotects, what better protection does she need to give than to give the children the values that will protect them even while they are in the society? Thank you.
Please, can you give a please standing ovation for these people? Thank you so much. Thank you. Please have your seat. I am biased in so many ways, but I'm not going to say anything. The judges will give their verdict. As the judges put together their results, I was thinking of saying, okay, should I give something to the winner? But I have a problem with somebody coming out as the winner. I feel everybody is a winner. But we still have to talk about who did the points that everybody raised. The judges are going to talk about that. While we're waiting for the judges, I heard somebody saying something behind me. Can you say the things that you are saying?
What I'm saying is that the last guy that spoke for the Emmanuel was actually supporting the fact that fathers are responsible for those guys out there. That's what I'm saying. So it's more like a long goal.
Who wants to? This guy is very angry. I want to see. I like to see the image.
Please, you don't understand what you mean by he was making points for you. Rather, she made points for us. She made points for us. Secondly, she was talking about how the fathers. See, let me tell you, if a man cheats, there are different reasons. How do you know it is not because the wife is misbehaving? How do you know? Sorry, ma. Excuse me. Sorry, ma. The last thing, ma. The last thing. One last thing, please. Please. When you use the example of the bishop, he's talking about how his wife is in control. Think about his own father. You understand? If the father leaves an instruction in the house, it is left for the mother to enforce. The father is not around. Who enforces? The mother. Thank you.
If I give you, that means I have to give this time.
Hello? You actually got the wrong question. The question is, what are the negative impact of either a mother or a father to her home? So we are listen, no. That is the question.
The question is, who is responsible? Who is responsible for those guys we saw on the video, right?
Society that we need.
I have a different opinion.
Okay, let's hear.
I'm
giving you just 1 minute.
It's okay. It's okay. I am neither here nor there. I have a different opinion.
Okay.
And my
Later. We'll do that later.
Yes.
We'll do that.
And
Okay, we'll call you back. Okay. Let her talk.
Okay. All right.
Wait, calm down.
All right.
Calm down. If you don't calm down, it will count as a loss for you people. So calm down. Okay.
This group talks so much about how strict fathers are.
And I want to ask you, fathers, okay, like they make rules, right? Then I want to ask you how many times your mother pleaded for your sake, even when that was discipline. Your mothers cry when she complains about you.
No more, no more.
All right, let's have decorum. Everyone has spoken well. Okay, so for the judges, what we agreed is I'll just read out my judgment. You will read out his, and our Hidi will also read out the judgment. A round of applause for the 4 speakers. Fantastic people, eloquent people, and they all kept to time. We celebrate you. What I've done, of course, I put a mark grade on each speaker. What I've done was, out of all the, gyration and everything, I listened to the cogent points. So I wrote them down. You can say something, 1, 2, 3, and all I've heard is 1 point. So don't get angry. For the first speaker on the mother's side, the major point she focused on was the biological link that mothers have with their children. And then instilling of values. So at 3 points each, that's 6 points for the first speaker. The second speaker on that side, I'm actually impressed, talked about the building responsibility, the building culture responsibility of a mother. Talked about how a mother also teaches a child social interaction. And also talked about the emotional capacity of a mother, putting it in a child, even though this group was countering that. So 9 points for the second speaker. Total 15 points for this side. Now for this side, the fathers. The first speaker talked about leadership, the head. That when a father abdicates his role as a leader, then there is problem. Talked about lack of instilling fear in children, and then also talked about lack of birth control, lack of birth decision, which is very paramount. I'm a mother, and I know what he's saying. 9 points for that first speaker. The second speaker, she dwelt on the point of the first speaker. Now she talked about negligence. She talked about lack of faithfulness. And she talked about prioritizing. 9 points for the second speaker. 18 points.
Well done, everybody. Well done, well done, well done, well done, well done. You should first of all note one thing. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all. You should first of all note one thing. In the course of this whole discussion, all of you are winners. There is nobody that is a clear winner. Because of the fact that you understand what the value or the house or the value system is in the family, you had marshaled your point so well. So having said that, what I did is to score you over 20 and then average it by 2, the whole point. Now, what I did is also identify some key, some key value points. Like, for example, the point when you make your presentations, what points are you making? I was looking at that. Clarity in the course of your presentation. I was looking at that. Then addressing the main issue. I was also looking at that. And then the time in the course of presentation. And then audibility as you present. So in all, those are speaking for, that the father or against the father, rather, scored 39%. 39%, I'm just talking about the whole average now. Of course, when it comes to your point, you marshal your points 17.5%, clarity 14.5%, addressing the issue 16.5%, that's over 20. Time 12%, and then audibility, you got 17%. Going further, on the other side, on the same pointers, you scored 37%. And for that 37%, for the point you marshaled, you scored 18.5%, clarity 12%, addressing the issue 16%, and then time 12%, and finally audibility 15%. Thank you very much for all your points, and you did well. Thanks. 39%. Yes, they scored 39%, and this guy scored 37%. The father side scores 39%. The mother side scored 37%.
Or for fathers, they have 50. In terms of emotions, they have 25, which makes it 75. And for those who spoke for mothers, in terms of reason, they have 25. And in terms of emotions, they have 50, which is also 75. So as you can see, it has tallied. But finally, here is what I have done. I told you I also listened to the judges, and I will tell you that because the judgment is not certain, all that they have presented was fallacious, because the first judge put herself in the justification. And you cannot be a judge in your own case. My judge says I am a mother, and so she supported this. So it's cancelled. So we have locked horns. If you don't like it, you can appeal the judgment. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Did you have fun? The entire thing, the entire process. So the entire process is for you guys to radiate a lot of energy, and then there should be a lot of gyration, and there should be a lot of this, that, and all of these things are subconscious programming that you go away with. These are things, because these things are important. A lot of people do not understand that. When we keep talking about society, the base of society is the family. Whatever we do in our individual homes are the things that affect, that goes to the general society, that goes into our communities, that destroys it. If we do not take responsibilities as mothers and as fathers, we're not going to go anywhere. So if we are going to do social change, if we are advocating for social change, we need to start from our homes. And that is the essence of most what we are here today for. So we've talked a lot. I know that the other speakers have talked about the general principles of what society should look like. But I am a mother, so I like that my brother gave me that, because this is what I live for. For everything that I do, I think about it beyond what the men do. Because the way, and we as women cannot function without the men cannot function without us at all. That wasn't, the original program that God has put on earth is for us to work together. And every time that there's a problem in a community, look at the community, there's no balance. The reason why we are where we are in Nigeria today is because we don't have women at the decision-making table. We do not have. We only have 3.7% of women in the, Federal House of Representatives. And we have just a meager 6% or thereabout in the Senate. That is very poor, very, very poor. And that's why we keep making mistakes. So we're not here to talk about that. We'll just continue and round up this. Next slide, please. So, how many of you heard what the children were talking at the background? You heard, right? Please, can you, what hit you the most? You said something. You heard what they were saying. What did you hear?
So Abubakar, I know he was, yes, that he knows him, that it is Abubakar.
Abubakar is Abubakar, he said. Yes. It was Abubakar. Yeah. So who heard from this side? Who heard some of the things at the book? So it's really demoralizing, it's painful for me to hear. When the first time I heard the video in 2020, And the first time I heard it, I was broken. Because what is running in the minds of these children? Have you thought about what is running in their minds? I mean, some of us were laughing when the children were speaking. But do you understand the impact of that thing that they saw? The depth of it. The dangerous things, because some of them may impact on some of the children positively, may impact on them negatively. So most times the things that happen to us in Nigeria is that we do not do social experiments. We do not look at the root cause of the things that happen to us, and that was why I said we should have a debate. Most of the things that happened that those children saw, we do not know how far it got, how much it will stay in their memories, and how damaging it could be for them. But then, the question is, who is responsible for those children? That was what those children that are outside. Who is responsible for them? How did they become what they are now? We may say it's the mother, we may say it's the father. The society, do we have a society that is conducive enough to also nurture them? I mean, these days, when you see somebody's child misbehaving, how many of you stop your car and stop the child from misbehaving? How many of you? You say it's not your business. That's what you do. That's what we do. We just say it is not your business. When you see another person's child, and I am grateful to God Almighty that Yaya is starting this movement. Because there's a sensitization and awareness for you to take ownership. Take ownership of your communities, starting from your homes. What you do, what you say. You may be saying something and what you're doing is different. That's cognitive dissonance. You have to be very, 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 very careful about the things that you say and the things that you do. If you say you want Nigeria to be better, how do you want Nigeria to be better? So these children that are out there, these children that became bandits, we need to begin to have social experiments. How? And take data of how they became like this. Boko Harams. We've not been doing that in Nigeria. How did they become? Because if we do not measure, if we do not dissect, if we do not analyze, we cannot profile solutions to them. We cannot. So we need to begin to think about these things now. Do a documentary, talk about this, have these conversations in our homes, on our dinner tables and all of that. So basically, who is a community child? Please, the next slide. Who is a community child? Do you understand that? Can somebody tell me who is a community child? Who is a community? No, go back. Yes, who is a yes, that's you've already gone beyond what I said. Who is a community child? The community child, no, go ahead. Who is a community child, the heading? I just explained the community child. The community child is the one that when he's doing something wrong, why we have a lot of our youth taking drugs, is because they cannot be bothered. They know nobody will hold them accountable. Even if they are smoking, their neighbors' children, the mothers will even say, instead of you to stand there and talk to the child, sit the child down. You go behind and start talking about the child. How are we helping ourselves? These children, this child that you looked the other way, that you said is not your child, that you are thinking that you have raised your own child, is this child that will go and be interacting with your own children. And you have no idea what they will feed your children with. So if the strategy for me is, And this is why I do the things that I do. I have my children, yes, abroad. They're schooling abroad. But they will come back. And when they come back, they will come and meet the children that were not opportune to go abroad, right? So what happens? What happened? What if you look at, if you critically analyze what happened in that CCTV video, it is what Awolowo has been saying. May his soul rest in peace. He said that if you do not take care of the children of the community, they will come after you, and they are already coming after us. They are already coming after us. So we need to invest in youth. We need to invest in children. And that is my strategy. I feel that if I cannot go to bed and think that, okay, another person's child is not all right. I'm seeing a child, an Almajiri on the road, and I'm saying that it's none of my business. It's my business. Because that Almajiri will grow someday, and he will come after me. All my children. All my children's children. So what we do, the decision is for us to make up our minds to be community parents and parent everybody's child. When all of us together raise a community of nation builders, how do you think our communities will become? That was what we knew. When we're doing something wrong as children, you see Mama, because I grew up in Lagos, Mama Titi is passing, and I'm thinking, she don't consider you. I will hide. And anything that you hide in doing, you will not continue in that. Because you know that that thing is bad. Do you understand that? So a community child is that child that is raised by a community. What is a just society? Why is justice important in society? Can somebody answer that? Why do we need justice? I want somebody else. Somebody is there. You've been talking. I want everybody to talk, if possible. Why is justice important in society?
All right. Justice is important in the society because it promotes sense of unity and cordialness in the society.
Thank you very much. Can we please clap for him? Can we have a female representative read the next? It has been, starting from it has been regarded. We got that from JLRHJS. Okay. Our madam, can she read it? Please read it out for us. And then please listen. I'm going to point fingers now. Listen to the key words, the operational word in what a just society should be like. It is the basis.
Okay.
No, sorry, it has been regarded.
It has been regarded as the cornerstone of the social system. It is the biases for the coherent. It is the basis for the coherent living of a society. Justice is synonymous with lawfulness, the absence of unreasonable actions, and a system of identical opportunities, equal privileges, and freedom for every section of society. Thank you.
So what are the key words? No, what are the key words? That may be key phrase and words. No, please don't, we're trying to be different, right? So raise your hands and say what you want. Okay, he's saying something. What's the key word? Lawfulness. Do we agree? Okay.
For me, I would say identical opportunities and equal privileges.
Identical opportunities. These words are very powerful. Identical opportunities and equal privileges. I remember our FD Fela Durotoye is saying something that we want a Nigeria that the child of nobody is what?
Can we say it again? The child of nobody becomes somebody without knowing anybody. Please clap for yourselves. So that's the kind of society. So when she said love, what did you say? Equal opportunities and all. So she wanted to say something. There's another key word.
Coherent living. Coherent living.
Coherent living.
Freedom for every section of the society.
Please clap for all of you. All of you. Freedom for every section of the society. Freedom. We don't even understand that word in Nigeria now, do we? Freedom of living, freedom to eat, freedom to exist. A lot of us do not understand it. So all of these things that she read out now, do we have it in Nigeria? Why? You know, it's easy to point fingers, right? So somebody was saying, why don't we have all of these keywords, operating words happening to us in Nigeria? Can somebody volunteer? I know I've seen a lot of activists here.
The reason why we have none of this operating in Lagos, the justice system has collapsed.
Collapsed. Telling a lawyer that is very heartbreaking. Thank you very much. So what's your name? He said that the justice system has collapsed. What's your name? Please, can you give me? Your name is what?
My name is Tom Shahamba.
You're Tom. You are a lawyer.
I'm a law student.
Did you say the justice system has collapsed? I want to hear from you.
Taking into consideration recent developments in Nigeria, no one needs to be pointed to be told what's happening because the Nigerian populace have lost confidence in the judicial system. And that is the reason why young men like me have taken it upon myself. I already have a degree already before I made up my mind to go to study law again. It's because we intend to change the system.
You are going to solution the problem of the collapse. Amen. By God's grace. By God's grace. So most times the reasons why we have collapse of a system is because we've put charlatans. Yes, that's the reason. And I like that he said that. What's your name, sir? Bernard. Vineyard. I love that name, Vineyard. Vineyard Bernard said that we have to take ownership. We need to also take responsibility for what is happening to us in Nigeria. Most times when people come out, credible, competent, capacity, character people come out for election. Most times our youth would rather take the money than to vote for those people. Are we wrong? You say you don't get money now. No. That's absolutely not true.
On election, like last year we have a project on election vote fight. almost every state in Nigeria, but still after all the hard work and everything, the youth are still collecting money. They are still collecting, I don't know.
That's the truth. A bottle of Coke. Yes, on the morning of the election this year, a bottle of Coke. No, spaghetti is even something you can eat out. You go hold your belly for 24 hours, at least 12 hours, right? But a bottle of Coke. So don't blame the collapse of the system, blame yourself. What are you going to do about it? It's a shame, really. It's sad. It's painful too. For those of us who are like lone voices in the wilderness. And then you allow charlatans to lead you. And this is what I told somebody in a class. I had a class a few weeks ago. This is what I told somebody. And I'll give you the analogy. You have a car. The car of your life. And the car of your life consists of your healthcare system, consists of your economic system, consists of your educational system, consists of all the things that makes you a human being, that makes you exist in the entire ecosystem of the world. And you give somebody who knows no road to drive you. And then it is not only the youth. That analogy came to my head when I was thinking of the technocrats among us, the professionals, the so-called professionals and professors. They sit at the back of the seat of the vans, of where they sit, like owners sit, and allow and say they do not have business with politics. And say politics is too dirty. I'm not going to use my hand and dirty my hands in politics. You sit down. Who is more intelligent? The person who took the driver's seat or the person sitting down who claims to be intelligent? What did Plato say? If you do not get into politics, idiot. Right? You sit down at that owner's seat and say, I'm not going to get my hands dirty. And then this car keeps crashing. The car of your life and the car of the lives of your children and your children's children. You are joking with it. You think it's funny. It's not funny. It is not funny. Let's stay on the course. We are talking about justice. Next slide. What are the ingredients and relevance of social justice? Next slide, please. According to humanrights.com, the social justice in a human society ensures that everyone gets the essentials of a good life. Some of you have said that, right? When it comes to what is fair, everyone is owed basic things. Access to food, shelter, clean water are the big three. In certain societies, these are often taken for granted among the majority of the population, but there are always gaps. Next slide, please. For every one of us, we come back to that first question. For every one of us to have access to the big three, who ensures that we are okay? Who ensures that we are okay? Yes. The government. Where does this basic necessity start? All the big three, where does it start? From the home. Clap for yourselves. It is the home that nurtures it. The mother, and how then the one who nurtures the basic necessities of life be absent in the ecosystem that guarantees it? Is the question that you need to ask yourself. You know the experiences that women have in taking care of the home. Sometimes a lot of people underestimate it. We underestimate it. In bringing up a child, in doing all of those things, you find out that a woman wants to go to the kitchen to cook. Instant creativity comes to her mind when she knows that she saw in her cabinet there is no Maggi. She looks for alternative to Maggi. A man, when he goes to the kitchen to cook and there's no Maggi, he starts freaking out. He doesn't know what to do. Most times, I'm sorry, except, yes, it's not salt. Salt does not cut it. There's something, maybe something is missing in the house. There's always a way a woman finds that creativity, that solution provider is the thing, is a natural gift that God has given women. And now, for the basic big three of the world that we need to survive as human beings, we now push the women out of it to be part of it. How are we going to survive in this country without the women? How? We cannot. We can't go anywhere. Niger State, the place I come from, we found out that I think the only in the National Assembly, the State House of Assembly, is only one woman. No? Only one woman. That's before 2023. Only one woman. I don't even know if a woman is there now. I doubt it. I don't think she came back. And then the state that keeps, there is now. Yes, the deputy speaker. Okay. Aside from her, is there any other person? Is that not sad? And you want the state to move or the country to move. Last 2 weeks, we had visitors, parliamentarians from Somalia. They said that in Somalia, they have, 35% women in the parliamentarian seat? Yes. They came here to see, they want to share notes. In my mind, I said, which notes are we going to share with you people? There's no notes to share because they are far gone. If you go to Rwanda, the same thing, and they are doing very well. In fact, in Rwanda, we have more women at the decision-making table because at some point, it became very necessary to douse the anger that was destroying the community in Rwanda. So the women had to now get up and make sure that they push the men out who are causing the killings and everything for them. I was speaking to one of them. Then in Namibia, they have this zebra policy. You know what zebra is? You know that that's 50-50. As the man is going, the woman is going. And you see that those places are more progressive. So what I'm saying in this slide is that we need to now start rethinking how we do our things. From the home, making sure, understanding the importance and the role of the woman, knowing that she's very, very important for the growth and development of the ecosystem called the society. You need to understand that. So this is the last. I know you are tired. This is the last slide. So the significance of motherhood in building a just society. This is the last slide. Gender equity is a term we must all embrace for us to allow women build a just society. It is what countries like Afghanistan are doing right now because of the conflict that has wreathed their entire society. In order to bring the skill of womanhood into the equation of governance, there is a crisis. The only way the crisis can be addressed is when women are brought to the decision-making table, which I've mentioned before. We must be able to harness the gifts of this demography to fuse it into building a just society. It must, however, start in grooming and advocating the concept of motherhood and its scientific contribution in building a just society. By raising a generation of mothers who are very aware of their role and making deliberate steps to raise a better generation for their children, or the better way. I'm going to tell you the processes of how we raise the youth. Today is about the mother. Tomorrow we're going to talk about how the mother raises the youth and how the youth now begins to use what they have. Because you like it or not, you people are our Ogao in this country. We have more youth than any other demography.
more than the women, more than the men. I think it's about 60 something, right? Yes. 67% of youth. Wow. What are you guys doing? Your demography is enough to kick out anybody. What are you doing about it? We'll talk about it tomorrow. And also, the men must also know their role and how they can support women in building accordingly. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Wow. A standing ovation, please. Thank you very much. Quickly, we'll just take one question. Sir, they just communicated with that. We should really take it through. Okay. So we have the women and then we have the men. And we balance it. So on behalf of the men, we have. Okay. On behalf of the women.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but rather to validate all your valid points, ma'am. Despite
question, please. Yes. Come up for comment after the question, please. Please, question. Let's go with. So the lady in front here, please get in the mic. Trying to dodge forward.
Good afternoon. My name is you've made mention of that about this. But in Nigeria, look at it from another context, is that it seems that women are the problem of women. Or we see a situation where so many of them contest, so many of them want to go to business and find out that women try to win. How can we do it?
The time we even have a lady that was just the president, and she had one of those.
You men should stop talking about that one. Like,
Okay, you talked about motherhood. Is it right to say now there are bad mothers? There are bad mothers who tend not to instill those virtue on their children that leads to a bad society? And if they are, how do these children get the healing process?
You were teaching us about the community child, and as a member of society, you were teaching us about our roles as members of society in the community child. Thank you for the amazing lecture. You talked about raising the community child, and as members of society, we have responsibility. Now, my question is for personal experience. As a member of society, how do I cope with children whose parents decide to fight me for correcting? Because it's happened to me on several occasions. The parents would come. So how am I supposed to, if I'm taking your notes, to actually be responsible in society, but then I have a position from the parents of minders or guardians, how should I navigate that situation?
let me start from you, then I'll go to you, and then to you, right? Ladies first. All right.
So when I said that, you saw somebody maybe taking cigarette, smoking cigarette. Probably his mother does not know, and maybe she knows. And there's a way you can approach the child. I mean, love is very, very, when somebody knows that you care about them, there's a way that you break down the defenses. So I know that a lot of people have been telling me that why do I worry too much, right? And then the parents do not have what it takes to raise the children. But you see, you don't even think about the parents, you think about the child. You go to the child and try your best. And I will always say that, do your best. At least that will take you to the, you satisfy your conscience that you did try, and God sees. But what you can do is show the child love. Probably the child doesn't know what it means to be loved. And most times when you look at these things, you find out that most children do not get so much love. So they go into this thing so that they can get attention. So when you give them attention, it goes a long way. Did I answer your question? And then you said something, please.
Yes. Bad mothers, and if they have experienced it, how can they bring it up and help the society?
That's the mothers. I'm going to talk tomorrow. We are going to talk about how we can re-engineer the minds and rewire the minds of mothers and will-be mothers. And that message, I hope you guys can take it with you. A lot of times, the mothers of today is caring. I'm serious. Our children, we grew up with a structure, a value system structure. But now, I'm sorry, I do not mean to, I'm a conservative, but I do not mean to demean anybody like Yaya would say. I do not want to be condescending or anything. I just think that there are certain things that should be private. In our time, anytime, I have 7 children. I have 5 biological, I have 2 that I adopted. In our time, anytime I'm pregnant, I'm hiding. I don't want my parents to see me. And I'm wearing this big hijab. Anytime I'm going home, I'm hiding so that nobody. And now I see that our children are copying the white people and putting their stomach outside on social media. Sometimes you are inviting the wrath to your privacy. I'm serious. There are evil eyes everywhere. We are Africans, let's not lie to ourselves. You want to put your stomach and the whole world is saying that you are going to give birth. You are saying that, yes, I'm sorry, I'll be wrong. You have had sex and this is the result. That is our culture. We are Africans, no matter how you look at it. We are not like the white people. We like it or not, we are not white people. We are not. And because we have lost where our heritage is, who we are as a people, and we are shifting to that level of, that's why we are having confusion in the land. Yes, you need to know who you are as a woman. You are a sacred human being. Yes, you are like, after God is the mother. In my Islam, when somebody came to meet the Prophet Muhammad and asked him that, after God, who is next? He said the mother. He said, after God, then the man asked him, after the mother, who? He said the mother. The third time he asked him, after God, who? He said, after the mother, who? He said the mother. Then when the person asked for the fourth time, he said the father. So somebody, a few years ago, I went to Egypt. And somebody was telling me that he went to visit my mom in Kaduna, and he said that the prayers that my mom prayed for him, he had goosebumps, and that's how she was. And then he said that the day that our mothers die, it means that their roles in our lives is finished. They are left in this world for them to protect us. They are like angels, they are like spirits. So you that your body, if you do not know the sacredness of who you are as a mother, and you are exposing yourself to the world, you are diminishing the power that God has placed on you as a mother. I'm serious. We need to think seriously about it. We are Africans. We do not emulate the things that other people do. They are who they are, we are who we are. When we begin to think about it, when we begin to learn who we are as mothers, as Africans, even the men, is it not you, the men, that are encouraging them? No, sometimes the men are the ones. When a woman says she's going to tell the whole world that Tommy she's pregnant, do you go and you go and snap picture with her that you are responsible? It is not our culture now. It is not our culture. I know that a lot of people will hate me for that, but it's the truth. And if we want to change this world, if we want to change Nigeria, if we want to change our leadership, we need to understand what they teach us in SPPG: character, competence, and capacity. Me, I added substance. All these things are substance. You need to know what is in you, in your spirit, what you hold, what you carry. It is not ordinary. Each one of you are not ordinary. There's a reason why you are in this whole ecosystem. Do you understand? You are not ordinary. You underestimate the power that God has put in each one of you. That's why you do anyhow. I do not have the luxury to do anyhow. Somebody was talking about, women to cheat. Right? If you look at people who do those things, they don't know who they are. They don't know who they are. You don't know who you are. If you know who you are, you know that there's a reason. There's something that I told me a few years ago. He said, even if it's money that God gives you, there's a reason for that. And you're responsible, you're going to be accountable for it. I hold that. I learn from everybody. We need to understand these little tiny things. We need to understand the special things that is embodied in our body. We need to know who we are. Do we understand that? If not, we cannot have any change. Last question, sir. Sir. You said something. No, we are not problems to women. It is a myth that men tell us, and our women now begin to believe it. The person single-handedly who gave me the biggest donation during this election was a woman. Yes. The person who gave me the biggest donation for this my election that we did this year is a woman. The men do not give until you want to do something with them. If you are not ready to compromise your values, it's very difficult for the woman who has principles. So it is a myth that the men sell to us, and then some of the women listen. The truth is, when we hold our hands together as women, we do more. We are more powerful. And some people say, I don't have money to give you. And I told them during that time that it is not the money. Share my flyers. Support me on Facebook. Share whatever I post. Let people know about you. That is your support. It can be as tiny as that. I had my FGGC leader people support me, and they are all girls. So it is a myth that the men want to tell us. Somebody was saying that Sarah, that one is a long time ago, because we did not understand the importance of politics. Now we do. And when we get there, watch us.
Thank you very much. It's okay, it's okay. Please, thank you very much for that because of knowledge. We are benefiting from knowledge. We pray for more grace on you and all you do now. Please, let's quickly stand up. Let's stretch before we go. While she was speaking, I enjoyed every part of it, and please, we have all those you see here are state coordinators and regional coordinators from the 36 states, the PSJ movement and the PSJ Progressive Youth. Please, we properly do the Bosa, all of us. But while she was speaking, my spirit went to America, and we'll do it in the American way. So please, we'll give her 3 American Bosa. Yes, so when you say one Bosa, you say Bosa, yo. Are we together? Yes. So please, let's give her 3 fundamental American Bosa. Yo. Please, let's go for lunch. We return at 2:30. Thank you very much. You are a leader.
Upward, they use M1 processor, so the net is not Intel, M1, M2. So not Intel, not Core i4, i3, i6, so M1.
Show me that you take do it while I'm looking at it. Seriously, don't want him to see it. Is your hand already getting there? Jerry, tap this thing. If you don't want to tap it, then get out. Are you normal?
Okay. Is it possible the thing is you have a laptop and you can link it up
from the laptop?
Project?
I will need the card because of people streaming. People don't have to stream.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you cannot
No, I'm able to use
link my laptop to yours.
it will be very technical because of sound and a lot of things. Yes, sir.
Except that do that. Save in Kwashi.
Yes. I'll send it on WhatsApp. Whichever suits you. I'll send it on WhatsApp.
Phone number. What's that phone number?
081
Seven nine.
Yes, sir. Okay, you want
John? J-U-W.
Yes, sir.
That's your one.
Yes, sir.
Juan?
Yes, sir.
Juan. Full name. So that I can relate I'm flashing over. Because you work as callers. Okay. Well, that's good. And that's one form.
Okay, sir. Okay. now I can send all people the presentation to okay. Thank you, sir.
Have you seen the advert for the Cybertruck?
No, what's Cybertruck?
Check it out.
Okay, start of the video.
How you doing? Wonder how much the full option of it is.
Yeah, see there. Too expensive.
What is it? The base one tells you how much you get discount. I don't know about pregnant, right? After that, maybe like that dimension. Have you ever logged out from your Spotify trying to log in? It's not working. I want to log into I can't log in by the app. But by web. It's working. What is this one? Maybe I'll come back. My head is on how many cameras is so this is the video is fine. Okay, that's one for now.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That's one of the things. And they might likely use the same camera.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon, everyone. We just need we should have some more energy. Good afternoon, everybody. It hasn't passed down. Where's the person? All right. We're a little bit behind time. So yesterday we started on training on data collection and using the Google toolbox for reporting. Today we'll continue with that, and we are going to please invite Mr. Rincon to join us on stage. Sir. Please, let's be attentive as we learn more today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I came here to debate but sat down there, I was listening to the debates. I felt there is hope for us. If youth can be smart and engaging, I think this country is in some good time. I think so. And imagine a country that's not data-driven. Okay? Yesterday, I emphasized the importance of data, especially in decision making. Now, how do we have this data regardless? How do we have it handy? And in a manner that will be useful to you. And depending on what you define as useful to yourself. Imagine PSJ organization. They have a vision and a mission. And they want to keep getting data about all the components of the intervention across the nation. You are somewhere in Adamawa and other cities in Akwa Ibom, and distance has already separated us. And we have technology that binds us together. How fast can we utilize this in getting data real time? Okay? So, Global Toolbox is an open software that was created by some very industrious youths who came together and created that application. And that application has been helping. If there is anybody from Borno, Yobe, Adama axis? Okay, great. They've been hearing this severally because of all the international organizations that works around that axis. And it has been very useful, most especially where Boko Haram insurgent activities are going on and you cannot physically be there. Once you have a representative, you can easily get data from that axis about whatever activity of interest to you. So today, we're going to start by creating an account. That's the way we will start. If you have an email address on your Android phone, can you open that? Open your email as though you're expecting, a mail from somebody, but minimize it and keep it by the side. All right? How many of us have Google Chrome on our Android phones? No matter how small your Android phone is. All right? Do we have data on our phones? I think the technical team, there are a lot of routers I'm seeing there. Can you help us with Wi-Fi? No, I won't allow you. Do you know what? I have police here among you. That's the way to go. For us to create the account, we need to be online first. All right? After that, I'll tell you what next to do. Okay? And my police are Dr. Anna. Where is Biama? Where is Oga Ode? Leader. Ode. Okay. Where's Bakri? Bakri. Good. You're going to be my policeman. what you're going to do is that as we are doing the exercises, you'll be going around assisting them to be up to speed. Okay? You already know this before. So you're going to assist your colleague to be up to speed so that we flow together. All right? So if we've all minimized our have we all minimized our email? We've minimized them. Good. Can you see this? Can you see this? Now go to Google Chrome. Open your Google Chrome as though you're going to check the net and type this. https://www.cobottoolbox.org/ and search and wait for us there. https://www.kobo like a man could you go? Kobo. Kobo tool. Like hammer tool is then box.org/. It will open you up to something.
Let me even try to see. Let me try to. Okay.
Do we have any challenge?
Hello. I know deep down in my heart that not all of you might be sending in data, and that's not a problem. But to those who are concerned and want to contribute to issues of social justice, this will be very helpful for you. And let me say, pay attention to it because you do not know where you are going to be tomorrow. So it's for your own good. There is no knowledge that is a waste. Apply diligence to it because you have no idea where you are going to be tomorrow. It takes a lot of resources to put these things together. And if we are not paying you money, we are giving you knowledge that might help you. The world is moving, and Cobalt Toolbox is one of the most potent tools that people are using to get data in a way that is authentic because there are ways to verify. Is that okay? So I think if you don't have Wi-Fi, they are not going to give you. Get someone who is close to you to do your hotspot. We need to support each other. Because I know some people who do not know delayed gratification or who believe that everything should be given to them by way of handout mentality, even if they have data. As soon as we open the Wi-Fi, they are going to switch it. I've been everywhere. And this matter I'm not about to beg people to commit. If we don't do it, none of us are going to die in this nation. And it's a problem. We are going to die somewhere. So I just encourage you, please learn and please commit to it. Because you might attend an interview tomorrow somewhere. And they'll just ask you, you know, to come out your homes. And once you say yes, it opens the door for you. I have seen these kind of things happen a number of times. Is that okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm trying to send some slides to give you the time.
Okay, let's continue.
No, let me.
So, have we tied that? Good. Back to you.
We're projecting on the screen. We're projecting on the screen.
All right. Aside projecting, I want you to be moving now and seeing that people are doing what we're asking them to do. That's the only way we can get the skills. Okay. There are situations where you'll be so stranded. There's a situation that is happening around your vicinity, and you wonder who you can report to quickly. This is an avenue. So pay attention. So if we're there, you will see two options. That has to do with humanitarian, and then there is another option that has to do with research and aid workers. Can you go to where researchers and aid workers are and use that? Click on that. Where you open on your, open it now, so scroll down, you will see all of those options. You see something on research, and if you don't see that, where is written sign up, click on sign up. Wherever you're seeing sign up, click on it. Have you clicked on sign up? Good. You will see create account bar, and then directly under it sign in, right? Now click on create account.
So which one? Sign up. You haven't clicked sign up. You haven't clicked sign up. So sorry. So sign up. For which European?
It's better you use the researchers. Don't use, use the one that is for European Union. Use that one. Or whichever. But the advantages of this global is that it's quite robust. However, it's owned by UN. It's hosted by UN, and security, data security there is porous. That means anybody can go there and see whatever you're doing. All right? So, which is why I subscribe for this other one. All right? Click on create account on this. All right? Create account. It opens you up to this. The first data element there is what? Full name, right? Are we all there? Questions? Don't go too fast. Let's move together. Do we have any soldier here? Any military man? No military. There's something about these people. As rugged as you see them, they are very humane. They are very brave. And they are very caring. A soldier will not move if one of his colleagues is down. He will not move. That's what I want to supply. Don't move. Don't move. Let's move together. Move together, lie together, everything. That's how soldiers, that's how the training is. Okay? I know some people's fingers are very, very swift. Okay? So, enter your name, and then can you see organization? What do you think you should write? PSJ. If you like, write the full. If you write, abbreviate. But I subscribe for you to write full. It's better. Okay? The last name, the username there. Be careful here. That username. As you are writing it, have a pen. Have a pen and write it on a sheet of paper so that you don't forget it. Once you forget this, it will make us walk backward. You can use your name. No, use your name. You feel like it. Don't use capital letters. It's me. Just use small letters throughout. Username. Use small letters. That's unique to you. That's unique to you. Username. Create it in your head and write it on a piece of paper. If you don't write it, you'll be looking for it later. All right? The next element is what? There's a second. No, put in your email first. Have you put in your email? Yes, sir. When you get to sector, there's a drop down. You will see that related sector may not exist. It may not be there. So what you will do is you click on others. Just scroll down, you see others. Are you a security man? No. Okay? So click on others. Have you? Okay, great. Then the country, you click on Nigeria. And then you identify your gender. Whether it's others or female or male. Now, this is another thing to do. Your biro will have to work here. As you're typing this password, try to be systematic in the creation of the password. All right? I don't want to show you what to do, but do it and write it down on a sheet of paper where you wrote your username. Because you will need to repeat the exact entries you made earlier later on. And it's already showing you whether that password strength is strong or weak or something like that. Once you're done with that, you click on create account. If there is an issue, it will reflect back. It will show this red. Read what it's telling you there. If it is red, for some people, it has created. So you just wait. If it has created an account for you, just wait for us. Those that theirs is reflecting red like that, read the instruction there and follow appropriately. Perfect. Wait for us. Somebody is done. Amana. Hotspot. See, this is how we will prosper in this country. if you keep saying me, myself, I alone, we will not move. Please, when you see a soldier help his fellow soldier when a civilian touches one, you don't know how long they've come. Which is why it's affecting us. If anything happens to anybody, nobody cares about Nigeria. Nobody cares. Oh, if you like that, oh. It must change. And it starts with our attitude. The little ones here. The little attitude. Are you there? Good. Wait for us then. Good. You're there. Good. It's done. Did you write those things? If you save it on Google, another person can hack and collect. Saving things on Google sometimes. Any hacker can hack and do whatever, make a rubbish of your data. Yeah, click on create. Did you write it? What do you? Okay, good. Click on create, and then it takes you there. Anybody with any issues? All right. Hello. Are we there? Rose. Sorry. Yeah. Good. Just wait for us. So, can you get out of that place and go to your email? Go to your email now. Because Kobo was sent a message to your email for you to activate that account. So there will be a link there. Click on that link. There's a link. Yeah. Click on that link. Yeah. Click on that link. Yeah, click on it. Good. If you confirm this is where you're supposed to be, this is where everybody is supposed to be by now. It's a confirm, it's a confirm. Once confirmed, it takes you there. The one that works is the one that we're going to use. They are waiting for us. Perfect. Yes. No. Are we all there? Are we all there? Who says sir? Who says no sir? Who says no sir? They are the ones that we are ready for. Who says no sir? Nobody. Okay. The Secretariat, can they give us sheets of papers? Sheets of papers, we're going to pass it around. Okay? You're going to write for us your username that you wrote. struggling to get your account created, don't write the username yet until you are at this stage. Until you are at this stage, don't give us your username. We're going to take all the usernames. Did I say password? No, because I don't need that. We don't want to hack into your submission. Okay? What's the challenge? Click on confirm. Okay, can you type in the one that you wrote? Don't worry. Just their names, their phone numbers, and then the username. Just rule it into 3 columns, 4 columns. Yes, you do it. Good. Just rule like that. If you pass to each row, we'll finish quicker. Pass each row. Madam, stand up and help me. Good, good. You've retained your password somewhere. Don't wait for us there. No password. Don't write password. It's just username, phone number, your name, your. I think we need to know your state. Your state and your local government. It's very important so that we know where you're living, where you're more active. You know that in the next 10 years, you're not going to go to your state of origin. Why are you bothering us with your state of origin? In the next 10 years. So just, no. I'm not talking on the phone. The list that they're going to bring. The data element we will need is your name, your state, your LGA, your username, and your phone number. And if possible, your email address. Your email address is very important. We are going to randomly select some people. But we prefer all of you to have this account because we are going to send some data collection tools to you. And we will teach you how to fetch that tool so that you have it ready for data collection. Please write your state too. It's important. Your state. No, there's a sheet. It's an attendance so that I can have all the usernames. All right? Yeah, you can write it here. Application, don't worry, talk to the editor. Each row should have one sheet of paper so that it will be faster. Each row should have a sheet of paper. No, one, each row we have fast. Let's give them some time. And as they are doing that, let's be doing some exercise. Now, sorry. Those who are very good artists, you know what they call a canvas? That's that sheet that is plain for you to draw whatever you want to draw on. So this is like a canvas now. You are going to put in whatever data you want to collect from the field. All right? This is what you're going to do. Click on new. Can you see that? Click on that new. No, there is. It's just because you're using phone. Just towards is in the top right hand corner. There's an arrow. Yeah. The top left. Looks like an arrow. Okay, this is what you do. Can you see? Okay. Cannot see. Just click on the new and wait for us Oh, there is an arrow. Okay, good. We have more. Now you will see build from scratch, all right? And then there is a template that all you import from where you've already pre-designed that you can import into Kobo Toolbox. In this case, I want us to do an exercise by clicking on from scratch, build from scratch. You'll see this barrel, click on it. Click on that barrel, building from scratch, ground zero. Happy? So what is the title of your research or whatever you want to do? Have you seen it? Just wait for us there. I just want to demonstrate to us. We've all gone to school, right? And you've done projects. And there are two ways of questionnaire, right? So you're designing your questionnaire on that canvas. That's the same thing. All right? Instead of getting it like this, drafting on a paper, when you do that, this is my questionnaire, that will be going to take it to the supervisor. From here, you just type all of the questions directly. Okay. So once you click that, it allows you to put the topic that you want to research on, what are your objectives, and all of that. So fill in those data elements appropriately and click create. Just fill those data elements and click fill them. No, I won't give you any topic. We are here to make thinking by yourself. Create a topic in your head and put. Just create a topic. So you don't know. Did you unplug it? I should. Okay. Are we all here? Have we drafted research topics? We are going to share with you. Technical team, great. It's hanging. Oh.
Chairman, my system is not it's now free. You want to off it, off the device. You start the device.
Just choose any sector. But if you want to follow PSJ, it's just for this. We're back. Feeling the day breeze. Waiting. Perfectly wrong. Good. So now we have created a page where we can start entering the data element we want to collect. The questions we want to collect data about from our prospective targeted groups. All of us are supposed to be here, where you see one cross here, and all of this. Are we all here? If you are not here, let me see you. Anybody that is not here, please attend to them. Anybody that is not here, let me see your hands so that somebody we have any chance. Please, we want to re-emphasize that the state you are indicating on this sheet of paper, the person, is where you're resident, where you're active, where you're working from. In the next 10 years, you're still in that place. Or at least in the next 2 years. Or at least in the next 2 years. Now, can we go ahead and begin to put in questions? Imagine if you want to collect the demographic characteristics of your respondents. Okay, so let's start with that. Isn't it? If you see where there's a cross, click on it. Look up and see or before somebody asking you, how did you get there? Once you click on that cross, you're going to go back. Can you click on this phone? Can you see one Bible somewhere? Click on that Bible. And then we'll go back. Yeah. Good. Click on this cross. Okay, remain there. Are we all here? You click on the cross and it opens this for you. It's preparing you to enter the question you want to ask your prospective respondents in the field, right? Now, can we put something like, is it name? No, there's no need for name because in research you don't like seeing names of respondents. Don't start with gender, okay? Click that gender. Everybody type gender there. Look up first before you go ahead. After clicking that gender, you click on this ad. It will open something. Wait, don't it opens you up so that in case you needed some drop-down options, there is a specific thing you will click. It will allow you to add all of those options that the interviewer would see once they get to this question. All right? Once that is the gender, is gender just a singular response? Male or female or what? Male or female, right? So what you do in this option, you click on one, select one. Can you see that? Select one. Click on it. Now, wait there, technical team, wait. Let everybody do that to this level. Perfect. That's why I'm saying now. Advertising. Click on that. Options to drop. Click on select one. It opens you up where you can type either male and then you type female in the second option. So can you type male and then female? So sorry. So, can you leave that? Get your cursor out of here and click on this plus again to add the next question. Alright? Question 2 should be what? Okay, age. Time age. It's another question now. So you get out of that, you move your cursor from there and go to the cross again so that you're able to type the next question. Alright? After typing age, click on add question, options to drop. Good. Now, age is expected to be in numbers or words. In numbers, isn't it? So you click on number. Click on number. Click your number and then you're good to go. Then click on the cross again, add the next question. Click type location. Location, we need to pick your GPS position. Location. Have you typed location? Now click on point. Did you see this point here? Guys, can you see the point? After typing the location and you click on add question, options will drop, click on point.
Seven, do you have an extra pen?
All right. Then click on the cross again. Click on the cross and type photograph. Action photograph. Yeah. So that it will allow you to snap and upload a picture of the event you're trying to capture. Let's say there was a riot, one captured the scene, or something, or there was an injustice, you need to capture it and report it. Once you type it, click on add question. You see where photograph is. Photo. Can you see photo here? Just click it. Click it and then it allows you to take photo. If you want to have video set, you can add. Let me see sharp people. Design a question and add video so that it will allow you to tape and play. And then you upload video. Don't worry, you are creating now, you are designing the form. It's not yet time to start collecting. Oh, it's another question. You create another question. It's a video. It's a video of event. Video of event. Video of events. Have we got video of events now? Yes, the cross of the video event. And then once you click on add, it will open you up where you see video. Click on that, you see video somewhere. Yeah, you will see video. Click on that. At the time you deploy this form, the person collecting the information in the field We have an option to retain my name. We have an option to take the direct position of the person and all of that. Are we there? Should we wait for anybody? No, we are not going to wait for anybody because time is really time is on our side. So this is what we're going to do. The person sitting next to you. Let's not get there yet. Let's not get there yet. Can you click on save? Be saving all the things that you do. Click on the save. If you don't click on save, it will disappear. Look at it up there. Save. Yeah, successfully updated. So that means we're following. Good. You don't know what you're doing. You have successfully done your PhD in this class. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. If your supervisor is a serious person, you encourage him to use this tool rather than bring all the opportunity. I want to see all of them. You carry one heavy bag like this and bring to office. And then you'll be there for like 3 months before you move one change. You carry that one and go and give him a post and go and bring another. We need to move as a country. Yeah, time. If you travel out, you'll be angry. You'll be very angry when you see a small boy like this. It's an associate of standing before you. You feel like, oh God. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why? One little girl like this, we just put you on the spot. Okay? So let's help ourselves to progress faster. Let's help ourselves to progress. Have we saved? Have we all saved? Can you see this X here? Can you click on it? And wait here. Wait. Have you closed it? And this is what you see. Can you see somebody? Can you see phone? Can you see data? Can you see settings? Can you see somebody's eye here? And there's a pen and all these icons. Good. We are good to go. Can you see? Deploy. Good. What? Yeah, that's what we're going to do next. Click on deploy. This deploy here. Click on it. Why? Oh, there's something wrong. We need to change language. Even if it has gone, there's one thing we need to do. Deploy. I see something that looks like a ball. Like a ball. Can you click on it? Can you see it? It opens up for you to see the language bar. So English, the application is EN. Just EN. Have you tried that EN? English, can you see English by the side? The default code is EN. Yes, small letters. type English. If there's no English, type English and type EN as a code. And then click on set. Click on that set. Good. If you want to add Hausa, you can add Hausa. But we don't have that time. If you want to, we don't have time. And then go back and click on redeploy because we've done some changes. Anything you don't deploy is not functional in the cyberspace. It's not functional. Say okay. Okay. Say okay. It's cautioning you in case you mistakenly touch something so that you can continue to get it. Good. So we're there. We are all there, right? Now that we deploy our phone, you must see this. There's one phone that has been deployed. You can see one. So one phone has been deployed. If you deploy your phone, you should see something like that. Okay? There's an exercise we're going to go out now quickly and come back. All right?
Okay. Wait for it to deploy. Once it does, fine, you are good. That's all. That's all. If it does, go back and load
So there's something we're going to do quickly now. Can you PL
someone who has created his own there with you.
Right? Now, share your username with the next your partner. Share your username. I didn't say password though. As a username that you're using in creating this mobile account. Share your username. Nobody is sure to give us like a to get this. But we are finding
We have a few minutes to go to the next session. Secretary has right of
So now, in finding the shortest way to get this done,
So around here, who does not have a partner? Who does not have a partner?
Can you get back to your
Okay.
to do? Because they need to share their phone with their colleagues.
Who knows their partner? Who share?
We don't have partner, it's okay. Let's bring it
Who has no partner? Back. See your partner. Your own is a giver. So can you click on somebody?
Wait now, reverse.
Everybody look up. Click on somebody and go to share project. Can you see this? This will pop up. This will pop up open. Can you see now? This is the person. This is the person that designed the form. Imagine you design a form and you want to give it to enumerators to go to the field and collect data and send to you. This is how you are going to share your questionnaire. You already created username. So you will click add user. All of you, click on add user. This will open up. Can you see username? Don't type your own username. You will type your partner's username there. Type your partner's username here. So, once you click on that, thank you so much for showing this. Do not, listen very well, do not give them the right to edit your phone. because they can make a message. Change it to whatever nonsense. Oh. Don't give them that this right. But you can give them permission to edit or submission. That's they submitted something wrong, they can edit it and submit it again. Okay? And then they can delete what they've submitted. Alright? Do not allow them to manage your project. Don't. You're giving rights to the people you're going to share your phone to. If you give them the right to manage your project, you don't have the right, they can make a mess of the project. No. It's not everything. They can edit. They can even, there are a few persons that you can allow validation, but they can do submission so that they can have free space on their phones. Once they are submitted, and they should be able to view the form. Is there a view? Yeah, they should be able to view. Yeah, but not edit. They shouldn't edit. Can you check this edit?
Check.
Have you added the user? You don't have somebody. Yeah? Give somebody. Anybody can give you. I'm coming. About you? No. Just write because I'm using him as a demo. Can you check this view form? Anytime you type the username of the person you want to share your form with, and you click on this view form, if there is a problem with that username, it will alert immediately. It won't proceed.
Triple zero.
Yes. If you see that it's not proceeding, there's an issue with that username. See? Username not found. There's an issue. No, it's not everybody. It's just this person. Okay. Now, this is the idea. This is how to share forms with enumerators that we send to the field to collect data for you. Whatever research, whatever intervention, whether it's a project that we want to use Global Toolbox as a data management tool. Okay? This is how I've demonstrated to us how to use Global Tools in creating a data collection tool, deploying it to the field. The people in the field will fill in all the necessary information and send to you. Now that everybody is experiencing this, is that what you're saying? If you've added, that's okay. If you have an issue, what you do is that you're going to collect data and send it yourself. Alright? So we're going to go outside now. Can we go 5 minutes? Yes, you click ground now. If you don't click ground, how will you click ground?
My own way.
Just give it some time. Some people are not this. Some are not. Now, before you go out, you need to have what we call Kobo Collect. Listen, can you minimize all that you're seeing on your phone now? Everything. Minimize everything. Just minimize everything on your phone. Let your phone be just blank. Good. Like this. This is where you are. Just minimize. Okay? Now, can you go to Google Play Store? Google Play Store. Are we at Google Play Store? Can you type Kobo Collect? Type Kobo Collect. Search for Kobo Collect. So, can we see Kobo Collect now? Can we install it? Install it on your phone. You will see collect data anywhere and then configure through QR code, manually enter project details. Can you click on manually enter?
iPhone users need to know they cannot download. iPhone users need to know they cannot download.
Please, if you have iPhone, just relax. Later, I'll attend to you. Good. That's what we're doing. It will be where you will see you are ready, right? But can I? HTTPS //KC. Click on manually. KC.covertoolbox.org. KC. Small letters. If it's changing to capital letter, force it to remain on small letters. KC.covertoolbox.org. No. After typing. HTTPS full cover. Because we need to move, because of time.
.402box.org. KC. So HTTP
KC.box.org. No. You will see where it's telling you form, whatever. After getting the username It's your own username. It's your own. What now? It's your own. No. It's your own password. It's your own password. It's your own username. Put it there. Yes, that's good. Is this your all right. Can you see where it's written download new form? Click on it, let's see what happens. Yeah, download forms. Good. I can see that we are quite happy to see. No, wait there. Look at it. It's there. It's the form.
Some people are using access.
Answer. And others are saying form. So you can see it's the one that person said. This is what I'm expecting from everybody. The form that she created, she's seeing it, and the form that was shared by her partner, she's seeing her partner's form here. Yeah, what's over here? You get it from this one, you can get it. Okay, our time is extremely spent. So, the exercise I wanted us to go out and do, we may not be able to do it. The next speaker has been waiting for some time, and it's not fair for me to keep him waiting. All right? Don't worry. But we have time to grill you through this. But I'm happy to see that some of you got to the point I wanted. So from that form, click on the form. Once you click on this form, click on the form of interest now. That's your partner's form. No, only your partner's form. And then click on get selected. Get selected and wait for it. And click on OK. Have you? Then just leave it there. At the time you want to start, then you start. Okay? So we're there. Please clap for her. Half overstayed my bound.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, you guys can do better. Okay. Without much waste of our time, please, our next speaker will be talking on the use of media for advocacy. He is a great writer whose heart is in peace building and social justice cause. Please help me warmly welcome Mr. Ruben Buhari.
All right. Thank you very much. Can we just stand up and stretch? Let's stretch. In fact, stand up, everybody, please. You know, it's like where I'm standing is like a pulpit. And once you stand on a pulpit, there's this power that you derive from the pulpit that gives you the power to order people around. Okay? So, are we all standing? We're going to do something briefly. We're going to start from here. Hello, my sister. You are going to do a short sentence, 2-3 word sentence. The last word that you stop at, then you start a sentence with the last word. Okay, for example, Eze goes to school. School is the last word, isn't it? Then you start a sentence very fast. We are coming very fast. Are we ready? Do you need a microphone? Are you ready? So you need to listen very carefully to what your person is saying. Hello. All right. Apes, are you ready? Okay, she said she's ready. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Wait, let me give you 2 minutes.
Eze goes to school. School is interesting.
Interesting in eating rice and beans. Beans is sweet. School is expensive now.
If you feel school is expensive, try ignorance. School is...
The school is expensive now.
Sweet, no, sweet.
Okay, beans. It's sweet. Okay, maize is sweet.
I think... Okay, honey is sweeter.
Sweeter is my woman.
Women are not sure. Woman is a good.
All right, thank you. Let's clap for ourselves. Let's sit down. Clap for ourselves. Where is that? You said your woman is what? Okay. All right. Sweeter is what? Yes. She's sweet. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We just did that to shake all the stiffness from, all the sitting. So I want to take this time briefly to talk about documentation. And I had a lot of people yesterday that wanted to ask me questions. Please, we can still do it after this session. But what we'll do is to take one or two questions. If you have one or two, let's just say two. Because I got stopped outside, by a lot of people. Is anybody here, you want to ask a question? Or we'll meet outside. Thank you, we'll meet outside. You are raising your hand. Two people. One, and then Moko meet outside. Okay, just two. Sorry, two. We'll meet outside. Initially, we said we'll meet outside with you. All right.
The question I want to ask yesterday, when you were talking about the fake news that we have lately, now that we have social media, you have a situation whereby some people will tell you, even in the media, that you have fake news, but you cannot fake prosperity. So how do you juxtapose that? I say in social media now, you say a lot of people fake news, but other people are bringing another perspective of it, that you can fake news, but you cannot fake prosperity, or you cannot fake the true picture of a news. And yesterday you said that you can.
I'm not sure
No, it's not you.
Okay.
I just read it, and because when I went back, I was trying to look at what other people were saying.
Okay, is it a question I asked?
It's a question.
I'm not getting the question.
I said, yesterday we talked about social media. We
Yes.
talked about the fake news that we have. And
Yes.
news that we interest.
Okay, yeah. Yes.
Other people are now saying that even though with this news, with this fake news, more especially we talk about statistics of certain things that happen.
Yes.
So if they are fake, they will always be fake. But you cannot fake certain things that are real. Or certain things that are, let's say we're talking about the indices of economic indices in Nigeria. You can face certain...
But the reality, you can't fake it. That's true. Maybe you can talk about improvement in economy and some other things, but the reality on ground, the poverty index and everything still remain the same. So for me, that is a reality check that actually put a light to the fake news that is being bandied about, isn't it? I just hope have I an answer? Okay, thank you. Then the last person.
Good afternoon, everybody. The issue of, I want to make an example with Serap. Yes. I've been following Serap since Goodluck Jonathan as president, but Buhari, and now Tinubu. Small thing you hear that Serap have sued Buhari, Goodluck, and now Jonathan. And sorry, what do you call it? Yeah, Jonathan too. But we have never had where they say that, okay, there is a case in the court now between Serap and the person that they have sued. So is that their only job is only to be suing. And again, sir, I want a situation whereby, as a journalist, maybe you have an issue of, let's say, a crisis around this area. You will only report. But how can you follow up the situation there so that you will see the pieces restored in that place? Yes, sir.
Okay. On the issue of Serap, I think someone said he wants to give an answer to it. You work with them?
No, I didn't work with Serap. I've worked with a couple of NGO CSOs in Lagos, the likes of Budget, Accountability Lab, name them. Now, it's a different thing when an organization is actually using the, let me put it this way, the weapon of law to actually seek redress when it comes to social issues. And the issue of Serap suing, it's a good one. And it's not just suing. Serap has won so many cases against the Nigerian government. I can give you for free. Go to their Instagram account. You can see some of these victories there. But the problem in Nigeria, just like the previous speaker this morning, we have a very weak institution. Because when court gave verdict, it's a different thing for them to actually effect that court verdict. For instance, Buhari has been asked to give account of all the Abacha loot that has been refunded through syrup sowing. But would they? They will not. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this question. I've had cause to also wonder. There was a time I said syrup is fond of suing. And then I've not seen any of the cases that they have followed in court. So, actually, it's like I'm also have been operating out of ignorance. Thank you very much for that. You said something about follow-up. Yeah, an event happened, you report, and then you come back to do a follow-up on it? Or okay, they didn't follow up on it. You are coming back to it? Okay, it keeps occurring. Well, it all depends on the media platform that is pursuing that story. Usually you have a story that breaks out, you cover the story, you send it out, and then most times your editors will ask you, go and do a follow-up on that story. For example, you do a story on a community that does not have a good road. Are we together? And then the next day, the local government chairman or some of the duty bearers now, reacted to it. No. These are the reasons why we've not had a road in this community. Okay, but we promise you that in the next 2 months or 3 months or thereabout, we're going to start something. So it is your own duty to go back after 2 or 3 months to find out whether really they've started that one. This is where the checking comes into play. There was a time that the Minister of Education came to NTI and commissioned a school inside the NTI, premises. And he said it's going to be the school for all the staffs. This is like in 2017. So we covered it. I want to tell you that up to today, the structure is still standing. If you are passing NTI, what they've done was just to add, I think, 2 or 3 floors. It's there, not painted or anything. So immediately he did that and gave us a time frame. We went back after a while and the person said they have not gotten any budgetary allocation for it. And that's where it is. Now, over how many years the thing is there. So sometimes if we don't follow up, then we don't put a check on these people. They make promises and they just go. Are we together? They make promises and they just go. And if you don't follow up, they leave it like that. And excuse me, we are living in an environment where to make a promise by a politician is very, very easy. He climbs to the pulpit, makes a promise, and the next day, everything evaporates. Okay? So it is our responsibility, not just as journalists, responsibility as advocates. As advocates, to do what? To hold these people to account. Hold them. Consistently ask and ask and ask. Out together. So for the rest of the questions, we're going to take them outside when I'm done. Now, what I want to do today is just to talk about documentation. And documentation is something that I think is very, very important. In fact, what we usually say in documentation is that it is at the foundation, is at the heart of advocacy. Documentation is at the heart of advocacy. And if you have basically what we're doing here, we're all advocates. The process of advocacy is what we're training to be, by coming here. And if you have your book, this PSJ profile, if you have it, just open to where their mission is. Open to where their mission is. They said PSJ exists to speak truth to power and advocate for the cause of the poor, the marginalized, and the voiceless. Its mission is to promote transformative and sustainable change by advocating for evidence-based legislation and policies. So this buttresses the fact that documentation is part of, and is the foundation of advocacy. And when we say advocacy, we are basically saying taking actions to help people to say what they want, secure their right, represent their interests, and obtain the services that they need. Essentially giving a voice to the voiceless, like we saw in the mission of PSJ, providing a platform from which their plight can be heard, and being the voice if or when necessary. Despite the fact that we've said this, let me just ask, why do we advocate? We're all sitting down here because we want to advocate for some of the issues we find in our communities. But can someone tell me, why do you want to be an advocate? Or why do we advocate? Anybody want to help? Yes. Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Benny, and for me, one of the reasons why I love advocacy is advocacy helps you to, it strikes a pain point, something that is going on in the society that you find very uncomfortable. For some reason, you can't just, your conscience can't take it. So you're trying to speak out and speak up so that a change can happen.
Okay, good evening. My name is Zebra. Okay, I want to become an advocate because there is a burning inside of me. It's yesterday when our sister from Kaduna was talking. She spoke about passion in whatever you do. And not just that, His Holiness, Archbishop and Kwashi, also spoke about conviction, right? Now, I am coming from a place where I think I've been privileged to be here. So I hate seeing where people are oppressed. I hate it. And when that happens, I can put my life on the line for it. I'm saying this not because I want to impress anybody. I'm standing here today because I'm privileged to go to school. I lost my parents at a very tender age. And I was able to do 1 or 2 menial jobs to train myself through the university. So when I say, and when you come, you went to school hoping that, okay, this society will be fair, the system will be open for you to just, get something and become useful to yourself. And you see that these political elites are closing the space. So for that alone, it has given me this burning to want to speak for those that are powerless and voiceless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are raising your hand.
My name is Zacharys Anger Gundu. So what make me become an advocate is there are instances when I will just sit down alone and think of things happening, the insecurity and everything. Then I'll just bear it in my mind that, well, we are all human beings and we do have a heart. Even though I'm no one, I'm not a politician and I have nothing to do, but I just have that belief in me that if there is going to be a transformation or reformation in my community, I should be part of it no matter what. So that is giving me confidence in order to be an advocate.
All right. Thank you very much. And I'm very, very happy that PSJ has provided a platform for us. So, you see, for us to achieve all these things, we need to also master the art of documentation. It is very, very, very important. Like our uncle was teaching yesterday on all this data and everything. And he said, you can't actually speak intelligently. You can't do anything if you don't have data. You can't do anything if you don't have data. I mean, okay, for example, you want to intervene in the area of infant mortality. Something that will help you is to know the numbers of, women they've given birth, numbers of children that have died, the reasons behind it and all these things. Having all this information will now give you a clear roadmap on how to go about trying to solve that problem. So basically, this is why we advocate, All people share a common humanity, and therefore have a right to equitable treatment, support for their human rights, and a fair allocation. So anytime you see, this sums up virtually everything that has to do with life. So anytime you see defect in some of these things, it moves you. It moves you. And I like what he said, even though we will not encourage you to willingly, recklessly give out your life like that. You are more profitable to us when you are alive and doing what you are supposed to do. But this is the passion. This is the passion. And you see this kind of passion also replicated in women. We call them the weaker sex and everything like that. But you see this kind of passion being replicated, especially when it has to do with her children and her home. They don't compromise on those kind of things. A woman there was a time that a fire, happened in a house in Ngwanrimi, and the neighbors were trying to put out the fire. And then they told the woman in the office that her house was on fire. Excuse me. And she just drove to the place. When she just came, she said, "Where are my children?" They said, "They are inside. We're still trying to remove them." And then she just went in. Regardless of whatever it is, she just went in. And at the moment she was entering the house, the roof just collapsed on her. So these are the kind of passions that we, not the reckless kind of passion, the passion that we need to ignite in ourselves, that we see injustice in whatever form playing out anywhere, it moves us, to intervene in it. And all these things are possible. Sometimes some of these people who abuse power actually get away with it because we don't speak out. Sometimes when we speak out, we don't even do it comfortably. We don't do it comfortably. We don't do it in a way where it will be heard and understood that, yes, we're actually talking about this thing. So when it comes to advocacy, we encourage people that as much as possible, they should take the issue of documentation very, very seriously. And basically what we're saying about documentation is that it entails a detailed account of what has happened. This applies to an event as well as to a concept, a structure, a threat, or a case. That is what documentation in simple terms means. You can check the definition of documentation in most of these books. One very important thing with documentation is that it confers legitimacy and authority. It's very, very important. You see, if you looked at what our uncle did, all this data capture and everything like that is a form of documentation. You carried it out there and you wave it wherever you are, and you find out that there's legitimacy on it. That's why sometimes for lawyers, they can present evidence in court and is accepted. Isn't it? You can present evidence in court and is accepted and some other things like that. So documentation confers legitimacy and authority on whatever document that you've been able to put together. And the whole of these things that I'll be speaking about is just one whole thing, even though I've broken it into parts, but it's just one whole thing where once you are doing documentation on whatever aspect is it that you are doing documentation on, you find out that it runs through altogether. So one, documentation confers legitimacy and authority. And then the second thing is that when you want to document an event, whether it's evidence report, medical report for evidence or whatever it is, there are basic questions that you need to answer. And we started it yesterday, when we were talking about the issue of 5 Ws and the 1H. In this place, we don't have the 1H. Basic questions to ask when you are trying to document an event is that who, what, when, where, and why. Once you put all these things together, you find out that your documentation now starts taking shape. Altogether, You ask all these things in whatever it is you are trying to document. And then you find out that you have a semblance of a document that can actually stay wherever it is that it's supposed to stay. Now, documentation for evidence. You are doing a documentation for evidence, and maybe you want to send a report to PSJ, or maybe even your place of work or some other things. Some of the things that you need to watch out, biographical details, name, address, age, employment, family details, place of worship. Now, anytime we do this, sometimes people ask that, why do you put place of worship? It is based on the environment that we're in. Religion plays a very big role in this country. It is almost everybody, adhere to one religion or the other. And sometimes when you put a place of worship of a person, whoever is reading that document instantly get an insight into who the person is to some extent, okay, and where he belongs. So for evidence, you are doing documentation for evidence. These are the things you should watch out for. And then you are doing documentation on incident report, date, time, place, and then the full narrative of the event. Are we together? When it comes to the issue of incident report. And then when you are doing documentation on medical report, the things you should watch out for: photographic and video evidence, if available, first medication, who administered the medication, where was it administered, the person who administered the medication, the type of medication that was administered, cultural or Western or whatever it is. In fact, for some, they will say they don't even want anything. I think there's a religious sect that if you want to give them blood transfusion, they said no, that it is against their beliefs or whatever it is. Now, if you are doing a documentation that has to do with medical issue, these are some of the things that are very, very important in it. And then the time of event, where it happened, the date. And then one other thing we encourage in this thing is that you should try as much as possible to get supporting testimonies, detailing the responses of everybody you can think of, especially the police, the governing authorities, or any other person out there. Try as much as possible to get the testimonies. And then if you are doing a documentation when an arrest has occurred, now these are the things to watch out for. The arrest details, basically, what time, the location, the mode of arrest, how was they arrested? I was telling you yesterday, I said, me, when I was arrested the first time, I had a VIP treatment. I had two Operation Yaki vehicles. One was doing siren for me, and the other one was, up to Abuja. So these are some of the things that should go into it, mode of arrest, and then by who actually carry out the arrest, the location the person was taken to, or the people were taken to. And then another thing is that the person that was arrested, did he have any legal representatives? It's good you put it down, and then the details of the trial, and where the trial has happened or is happening, conditions of detention and or imprisonment, and then any previous arrest or incident of harassment. Once you put all these things together and you send it to PSJ, maybe an event happened in Gombe, where someone was arrested unfairly or some other things like that, and then PSJ now said, please, can you put the report together and send to us? And then you put this in. Once it gets to the office of PSJ, whoever already will know that you've covered everything that needs to be covered. And then the next thing in a report you want to send is that you need to also establish patterns and context. And then you also analyze the context. Yesterday we spoke about context, isn't it? So what would you say context is? Yesterday we talked about reframing, those 12 checklists that I gave. Talked about reframing, talked about context and other things. What is context? Maybe not in the language I spoke yesterday. When we say context, what are we saying? Hello? Nobody? Yes, sir. Context.
in the course of your presentation yesterday, you made us to understand when it comes to context. Okay, when you're giving probably a narrative, you should be able to give, if it has happened before, you should be able to give you that this thing has happened and this thing is still happening. And so, your own context, that you're not just giving that it has happened, that's why we're giving this as information.
Thank you very much. Any other person? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's hear you. Sets of facts. Okay. That can be direct. All right. Thank you. Yes, sir. When you go beyond the story. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Benedict.
The intention of the writer, that is, you're writing with a particular context. Like you explained, you said in the north, there's a way something will be presented, and it will be okay. But if it's taken to the south, the southern people will take it with the degree of diversity.
Okay, where culture comes in. You see, this thing is very important. Do you know why? Because by the time you document an event or an issue and you send it to the office here, it saves whoever is reading it a lot of time, in trying to understand whatever it is that you are trying to send. You send an event and then you go behind whatever it is that you sent to give like the history. You can say, like I said yesterday, this is not the first time that this thing has happened. Are we together? Now, by the time you say that, it means that this is not the first time. So whoever is reading it begin to get more insight into what has happened. And then you can even talk about comparison to similar events. This place was attacked. You can even say the same thing happened in a community which is not far from us. They were also attacked on so and so this thing. And then now it begins to give also an idea that this is a recurring thing. It's not just restricted to your community. And then context can also include connection between the players and outside parties. Sometimes we do certain things and we say, for this event, there are masquerades that stays behind and they pull the strings. Out together, you don't see them. You don't see them. They pull the strings and they make whatever it is that's supposed to happen. Now, when you're trying to give a context, you can also include those ones. In context, when it comes to documentation, you can even hazard a guess. You can give a prediction. Like when we're having all these attacks in southern Kaduna, 2014, it started in Kaura. 2015, it went to Jama'a. And then it stopped for the election 2015 to happen. 2016, it went to Sanga. Altogether. So they were happening like this. And for some of us that were studying it, we said the next local government, if you looked at it, is Zangon Kataf. The next local government is Zangon Kataf. And because we're able to put together what has happened in the past, what was presently happening, and then we're able to predict, we said Zangon Kataf. And when it happened in Zangon Kataf, consistently, communities after communities were being attacked. So when you are putting a report, you can also include all those things. It might not really happen, it might not really happen the way you predicted, but at least it gives whoever has that document, reading that document, an idea of what could possibly follow. And then when we talked about context again, you said, like for example, if you watch a movie from the very beginning, you learn what the characters' names are, what the plot is, and everything. And then imagine you come in a movie that's supposed to last 1 hour, and then you come in 30 minutes after the movie had started. At the end of the day, you begin to ask people, what happened? What happened? Or somebody calls you and says, please, what is that movie all about? And you find it difficult to give them the complete picture because you have just been exposed to half of the film. So this is what we're talking about. Context is very, very important to also include it. And then the next thing is that try as much as possible to establish pattern if there's anything. Try and establish a pattern in your documentation. Hello, are we together? Let's stand up. See, this is one of the worst times to sit in front of people. Because everybody has eaten and is battling to stay awake. Let's stand up. I told you that this is a pulpit. I'm standing on a pulpit. So, guys, has given me the right. I've drawn from right now the executive director. Okay? All right. Okay. Let's do something. This number I'm going to start with. Very fast. So, do we start from support? Think of someone in your family. Hello? Think of someone in your family and call the name of a fruit that you think symbolizes that person. Maybe if you are happy with the person, you can say honey or some other thing like that. Or call a fruit. And then we are going to stop from time to time. We'll stop and say, why are you calling someone in your family this fruit? Are we ready? Let's start with you. Very fast. All right, yes, it's good, it's good. Banana. Call the name and call the fruit. Hurry up, let's go. Very fast. Apple, yes, let's go. Banana, okay. Orange, yes. What? Okay, wait. So why are you calling Jojo apple? What is it in apple that you think you can attach it to Jojo? He likes apple. Okay, but is there qualities in apple that I think describe Jojo? Okay, let's sit down. I just wanted to switch. The next one is, you know, we do a lot of this training. You know, sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon. So you need to equip yourself with a lot of icebreakers so that from time to time we remove the stiffness that is there. So I was talking about establishing patterns, which is very important, and I've talked about it. If you put events that happen, like 3 events that happen, and you look at them, you find out that gradually a pattern begins to emerge. And from that pattern, you can actually predict. Are we together? You can actually predict. Now, there was a time where we had communities that were being attacked on Sundays in the morning. Yes, on Sundays in the morning. Community A was attacked on Sunday in the morning, very early. Community B was attacked on Sunday in the morning, and then we realized there's a pattern. And then we were asking ourselves, what exactly is the reason? Why would they do it? And then we realized that most often in the morning, people are their most insecure. On Sundays, you are not thinking about church, you know. Usually even people that carry out vigilante around the area in your community, by then they are back and everybody's rushing, you know, to go to church. So those people were striking, you know. So you can see that a pattern actually emerged, and then we're telling people, well, this is happening in several communities at this particular time. So on Sundays, do not let down your guide. Okay, do not let down your guide. In our community, we because most communities around were attacked. So the vigilante decided to start going out, you know, early in the morning. So in the night, around 10 o'clock, every male from 15 years upward, you know, you leave your house and then you come and then they start patrolling. So the people carrying on the attack realized that 10 o'clock was usually the time that the young people in the community come together, and then they struck at 8 p.m. You see? So because they realized the pattern. So what they did was that to bring it back to 8, from 8 p.m., they start patrolling, and then they close by 6. And then people come and buy, those who will go to farm, will go to the farm and some other things. And then they came to the community at 9 a.m. in the morning. You remember the story where they took some 9 school girls in Awon, that's my community. So they came in the morning. And in the morning, all the vigilantes, you know, they've gone to the farm. So they were looking at the pattern and they were adjusting. Okay, so if you look at events, you know, that keeps happening, you'll be able to draw a particular pattern from it, and then you can advise whoever it is that you need to advise that. From what I've seen in the past and then what is actually happening, these are possibly the things that will possibly follow. And then the next thing is that in trying to document, you know, all these things, you need to watch out for certain things. You need to watch out for certain things. I said something yesterday. I said, do not go and become part of the statistics. Do not. You need to be extremely careful. In journalism, let me tell you, in journalism is terrible. When you go out to get an event, to cover an event, what the editor is interested in is that event. Someone went to cover an event in Karu, I think it's Karu. And then they came back and they told the editor, they said, this your reporter had an accident. And the first thing the editor asked was that, what happened to his midget? Was it also destroyed? And they said, no, his midget is dead. I said, okay, how is he? And they said, he's fine. You know, so he was so concerned, and it happens like that, because for that event, it becomes very difficult. It becomes very difficult for you to recreate it or some other things. Okay, so it might look wicked or whatever it is, but that's how the industry operates. You know, when I was the media aide to late Governor Patrick Ibrahim Yakowa, and they were doing the Yakowa way, if you know the Yakowa way. Now, we had this madman who sat in a section of the road and he refused to move. All those Chinese try, the man refused to move. He will move a little and come back and sit down in that place. And you know, the black people, of course, you know us with our small superstitions, everybody refused to go close to him. And then Yakowa decided to come and, you know, inspect the road, and he saw a portion of it where the man was sitting down. So he now went, knelt close to the madman, you know, and he was talking to him. And then after a while, the man just stood up and he walked away. Now, this is not even the story. When he finished and the man was walking away, I now turned, I was looking for the government house photographer. At that particular time that he went to ease himself, he was sacked immediately. Because how can you recreate that thing? You cannot recreate that thing. You understand? So this is how it is with news sometimes. So when an editor, you know, does not really concern himself initially with your welfare, he's more concerned with the paper. That's how the industry operates in a way, okay? When they told him that the midget that he covered the event is nothing has happened to it, that was when he said, okay, to Yashifa Yajichiwo, and to Yajichiwo. So you need to be very careful when you are documenting so that you don't put yourself in harm's way. Okay, so some of the things that you need to watch out when you are documenting is that fear of reprisal can lead to inaccurate or limited information. Fear of reprisal. For example, an event maybe happens in this community and I come and I meet him, I say, Oga, what happened? Knowing full well that some people in the community are watching and they might not be happy with him, it is possible for him to say, rescue and send him if I don't know what happened. Whereas he knows exactly, you know, or possibly he might give you the information that you are asking for, but he will leave out some certain things out of it. He will leave out some certain things out of it. We had an experience in Kano, Rugo local government, where someone's daughter was abducted, you know, and then forcefully married off. So we sat with them and we were asking him, and we realized that the man didn't really want to talk. Okay, what is happening? It happened there. And then we said, okay, we want to take up the issue and do some form of advocacy. And he said, no, he doesn't want. It was later on we realized that he and his families are minority in the community. And it's possible that once he's done talking to us in Kano, he'll come back to the community and meet those people. So in documentation, these are some of the things that you need to watch out. When a source is actually afraid, it is possible that he will not give you exactly what is it that he needs to give you, or maybe he will just, you know, mix a whole thing and some other things. So watch out for it. The next thing is that cultural, religious, or other issues could distort a story. So keep it at the back of your mind. You are talking to someone who adheres to a certain religion, and you are asking him on issues that has to do with that his religion. There's every possibility that the man will not give you exactly what he's supposed to give you. Why? Because his allegiance to that religion or the culture that he holds on to that thing. So once he's giving you those information that you need, it is possible that from time to time you have a lot of distortions in it. And then the third thing you need to watch out when you are gathering or documenting evidence or information is that your mode of dressing is very important. When you want to go into a community, you need to be very, very sensitive to what the community is wearing or what to some extent it agrees is the appropriate mode of dressing. Okay? If you go to a place in the north where there's a lot of conservatism and then you come in with the ladies around, maybe your skirt from here is here, there's a big hole and then there's a big hole here. It's very, very difficult for you to have people talking to you, okay? Because culturally, you've invaded, you've not been sensitive to the amount of dress. So you need to understand, you need to know ahead, how are these people dressing? All together. You see some of these international guests sometimes when they want to go to Saudi Arabia to meet with either the king or some of the ministers, you see them wearing scarf or to some extent, okay? It's just to blend with it. But there was a case of Angela Merkel, the former chancellor of Germany, who refused. I don't know whether I saw that one. She went with all her hair open and everything. And of course, she held her meeting, shook the hands of the people and walked out. But because what you are trying to get is very dear to what you want, I mean, this inconvenience, of changing your mode of dressing and trying to dress, to them is something that you should be able to sacrifice for. And then one other thing we also, tell people is that also the way you speak, the way you speak is also very, very important. You see all this fake funny that sometimes you do. You go to some community and start giving them this air like you just landed from US. They'll just look at you, finish all your grammar, and they'll tell you that we don't know what is happening. So you need to actually, calibrate yourself to a certain level where you become acceptable, where people feel very very comfortable to open up and tell you what you want to know. Sometimes we say even the way they offer you food and you eat and some other things like that, culturally you just need to be very, very careful in it, understanding. They said in the Arab world, when you are talking to some of these leaders, you cannot cross your legs because it's offensive when you show them the sole of your shoe. That is very offensive. If you see what happened to Saddam Hussein when they finally caught him, you saw women were removing their shoes and they were hitting it on his head. Okay? So, and if you don't know, you go and sit down, you cross your leg like this, and then not knowing that culturally you are exhibiting an offensive mood of sitting, and then that shuts the door for you from whatever it is that you are trying to get. And then the next thing you need to watch out for: bias, exaggeration, and misinformation are things that will actually come in. There are a lot of people out there that love to unnecessary. There are things that are called unnecessary lies. We were sitting down one day and someone just came into our midst and he said, "I just came back from Abuja now," which was a lie. You start asking at the end of the day, what was the reason? Nobody asked where you came from. I just came back from Abuja. For what? Unnecessary lie. Who sent them? So there are people out there that always want to come out looking good, looking tough, and some other things like that. And for those kind of people, you need to be very careful because when they are giving information, they give you facts. They give you exaggeration. They give you misinformation. They give you everything so that at the end of the day, you possibly look at them and say, he knows everything about the issue that we're trying to find out about. Okay, so biasness in terms of every other thing, biasness in terms of religion, culture, and some other things like that. And then exaggeration and information. These are things that you need to watch out when you're trying to do documentation. And then the next thing is that double and triple your sources where possible. For example, you speak to Mr. Joe here on this issue. If it is possible, also speak to one or two other people just to do what? Just to corroborate what they have said. So that when you are presenting your information, you are not just relying on just one source of information. You have like 2-3 people that you can actually talk about and say, these people also know exactly, they also gave me their own part of the whole thing. And then the second thing is that, the next thing is that look out for dangers your sources may have overlooked. Someone will tell you that I want a community, wallahi tala community nan kawai lafiya ne, ba wani abu, yaushe zaka zan zo gobe, zo kawai ba abin da ke faruwa. So for him, because he already stays in the community, you moving from point A to point B, might not know the dangers that are in those places or the road. So you need to be very careful, because for you to get this information, you need to move from where you are. Unless if you are going to do what our uncle said about secondary data and what they said, the second one, primary and secondary data. There's one you can sit down and call people and get that, but there are ones that you need to move from where you are to place, and that is where you need to be very, very careful. We keep saying this and be very, very careful, be very, very careful, okay? So that you don't become part of the statistics or you don't become part of the evidence that you are documenting. I think the last election, not this one, you remember this journalist, was it AIT journalist? That was shot, you know, when she went in to cover an election in one of these states in the south. So at the end of the day, she ended up becoming the news. The election itself became secondary to what they were reporting. And this is what we try as much as possible to tell whoever is out there. It's not good for you to go out there and become a dead hero and then the work that you're supposed to do suffers. You know, stay alive so that the act of advocacy, you know, speaking for people who do not have a voice, creating a platform for people who are marginalized, and some other things like that so that the work can continue. So for me, this is advocacy, documentation. Thank you very much. You have a question? Okay. Okay, you have a question? Okay. Is it possible to get a mic? Am I still? Please let me know the time. Okay. Do you have? Can we give a second mic to them? It helps to save the time. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the session. So I just want to get clarity on one of your points. You mentioned that when you are covering a particular environment, you have to find a way to understand the cultural and religious system of that environment. So, for instance, I'm an independent investigative journalist. So I was covering oil coverage sometimes in the Niger Delta. I used to have a deadlock. So I went into the community just to be able to blend in to the environment and all of that. Because the moment you see me as you see me having a dreadlock, first thing it will be difficult for you to suspect me as a journalist. And because some of them are here, they know. The moment you get there, they will smash your camera, they will kidnap you, they will destroy everything you brought in. So I think some of them are here, they can testify to that. So now let's say having that of me, and I now want to come to the northern part to cover a story. What will I do? I should go and scrape my dead.
Where Captain and Gula, you know, so that you blend. Nobody said you have to put Toban or some other thing. But basically what we're saying is that understand the place where you are going. Okay? Understand the place where we are going so that you'll be accepted. Someone had these dreadlocks, very thick dreadlocks, and then he saw a girl he wants to marry. And then the day he decided to go for introduction, and he realized that these are conservative people, he went and did low cut. So when he went in, the father and the mother were about hugging him, not knowing that what he did was just to do what? To actually, you know, because this was the purpose, this is what he wanted to achieve. So what we're saying is that understand where you are going, and then try whatever it is that it will take for you to be accepted. What you are interested in to just get information and leave that community. It's not as if you are staying there forever. So whatever it is that it will take, do that. Thank you. Yes. Personal opinion. No, it doesn't. Now, where your opinion could come in is where you are trying to make a prediction. Are we together? And that's why I said it might not really be accurate. It might not really be accurate. For example, someone comes into this place, don't worry, it won't happen, and abducts Oga here. At the end of the year, we're doing an annual PSJ Summit. Someone comes in and, you know, and then the next year, we're also doing another summit, and then another person came in and then abducted. It's possible for us to say that for the past 2 years, we've been having this abduction in the same place. So we'll say now, we can safely predict that the thought here something could happen. So what do? We bring in policemen to put in this place. But it is possible that this our prediction will not turn out to be true. Okay? It's possible. So personal opinion could come in this place, and then where you are trying to interpret in a pattern, you are trying to interpret. You are interpreting based on the fact, but you find out that your own judgment will come into it. And that's why sometimes we tell people where you go to a place and they tell you that this is what happened, this was what happened in this community, this was what happened in this community. And you are trying to do, and like there's something we call interpretative journalism. Who is the journalist that's here? Okay, you take the set of facts that is there, and then you interpret it. And then you interpret it. You give it out there as a form of analysis. Now, analysis are not just facts; they are only opinion. But holistically, if you put all these things together, it now gives a picture. For whoever the duty bearer is, it gives me a picture of what the event is. Altogether. Yes, thank you. The next person. Sorry. Yes, just tell me, let me know my time.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Walker. I had an incident while I was coming here from Ebonyi, along the way from Ebonyi. I had an incident. One of the participants was a child, and earlier one of our lecturers spoke about the role of women in policy making and youth advocacy, and we spoke about the community child. My own words, that was my son. He spoke to her in a way that wasn't good, and I cautioned the child. The woman wanted saying something, but she said, and I said, Mommy, if you talk, I will face you. Then someone now picked his phone, wanted recording me. I don't know if he recorded it or did not. So now, the media made, the media has a role in advocacy. What I just did is it wrong for me to have cautioned the child, because if that video is being put out there, it wouldn't be having a full clip of what happened.
Okay, so your question is whether you did the right thing or not?
Yes.
Please, can someone answer whether she did the right thing or not?
You said something yesterday that the media has the capacity to make the innocent guilty and guilty. So that what basically do is that because they don't get the entire story, they just cut short clips and upload. But what is important is that you're able to do the right thing and that your conscience basically tells you.
So we agree that she did the right thing by cautioning the child. You see, sometimes in this issue, you might not really have this answer that is right and right. You need to look at sometimes the environment, the actors, and several things, and then take a decision on it. But Anu is saying no. Anu has a contrary opinion. Oh, okay. You see, what we say, and I'll repeat it here, is that everybody, for someone to take your video, whatever it is, needs your permission. To take a picture of you needs your permission. If the person does not, then the person is invading your privacy. And that's why let me tell you, for all these people that release nude videos that they had with their girlfriends or whatever it is a very big crime. It is a very big crime for you to do that. Okay? So for you, and that's why sometimes you need to also caution yourself. In a place where you feel that it's not really safe, stay back and allow an baby to do whatever it is that you want to do. Yesterday, I gave you the story of Mama Ruben. That woman that was telling her daughter to pack the toys and take them in. And the little girl was saying, no. Some others ignore some other things. But if it is my mother, before she finishes talking, you are rolling on the floor, not knowing where the group came from. Okay? So, different events. Yes, Aleni.
Thank you. No, I was just going to say that when it comes to advocacy, I think we shouldn't cry more than be bereaved. You really can't go in to start advocating for someone who doesn't need your help. So we have to be careful when we're doing that. Even if it's a community, you will be thinking, oh, they don't want water, and you're going to be shouting. Maybe they don't want it. So you have to know that the person you're advocating for wants that thing that is making you have sleepless nights. We don't like the same things, we don't have the same thing, you understand? So maybe the woman you should have, personally you should have found out whether the mother had an issue with what the child was doing. Because when you start talking, maybe the mother is cool with it and she will see you. The mother and the son can actually lock you up if it had escalated into something. Do you understand? So I just wanted to...
Okay. Thank you. You see, there's a teaching we do on advocacy. And anytime we guys ask time and how this got I gather like this, come on to me. So in advocacy, one of the key things we tell people in advocacy is that you need the permission of the person you want to advocate for. You need the permission. You need the buy-in of the person. Because you can start to speak for the person and halfway the person will step back and say that, and we've had this experience. We took up the issue of a woman whose daughter was abducted in Poti school. And we're moving and talking on the issue. And the man woke up one day and he said he's no more interested in this case. We saw an injustice that has been done, but the man said he's no more interested in it. And for us, we have to discontinue the whole thing at that point. So in advocacy, you need the permission of the person. So that when you start and people start saying, hey, you said, I'm doing it based on the permission I've gotten from you. Okay? All right, the next question. Yes, please.
Sorry, mine is a question. I don't know if there's a situation whereby you are in a particular settlement, you went to gather information, and then the language spoken there, you cannot speak it, maybe you only understand English, and then you need to communicate so that you get your information, and there's nobody there that understands your own language. What are you to do?
Thank you. Now, this is what we said, being prepared. Okay, if you realize that you need an interpreter, go with an interpreter. Now, we've had issues where, at times where we've gone out there to do documentation, and it was just pure Hausa. We came back to the office, and then we gave someone who understands English, and then he interpreted. In fact, let me tell you, there's some documentation you do for people who are outside the country. They will tell you, don't change it. Just speak in whatever language it is that they speak. They send it out to them, and they do what? And they do their translation or interpretation there. So you need to understand the community you are going to. Are you together? So that if you need an interpreter, go with an interpreter. Or possibly you can go out there, do whatever it is you want to do, record everything, come back, get an interpreter at home, and then let him interpret it for you. Yes. Okay, just... Please, is the person who is selected who will give the mic, so it's not me. So hold on the responsibility.
Actually, because I'm listening to the project, and I know there is danger in terms of where we are going, in our advocacy and in terms of the protest. My issue is a lot of technology. Otherwise, I may find in the country in this PSJ National. And you know that these companies have values that they will do the most, and they have cooperation with government. So, and there's a tendency of trying to hack, maybe they are reaching things. How do you handle this? Maybe they can even monitor some of this. This is a technology question. Yeah, I'm speaking about documentation. Please, who can go on? Yes, there's someone who is good with technology. He's talking about basically hacking. The truth is that everybody is being monitored. As long as you have your phone, everything is being monitored. So just accept that. Let's move on. And try as much as possible. You want to help me with the answer? Okay, please. Hurry up, just hurry up.
Okay, now we are so for journalists, some of us in the field, we know what we're facing. Nigerian government acquired what they call a Pegasus software for Israel. They use it in monitoring everybody. Some of us know like this. At the time, DSS went to use DSS. This came to people, they didn't need it. So we've seen that everywhere. But the issue is some of us don't know. I'm a trained cybersecurity expert, trained in SDA. We protect ourselves as well. So we need to be 45% against the cyber threat. I will not compromise our organization's confidentiality. I will beg them that this to actually make sure that we didn't get into our system. There are times of us that are using VPN and we have to stop it. So we do everything.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, please, the next person. And she has raised her hand.
Questions. Earlier on, you were talking on advocacy, and then you said when the victim are not ready to push forward, like you don't want them to advocate for them, you just back out. What if the victim was actually threatened? Like it wasn't just the victim didn't just decide to stop the whole advocacy, but just was threatened and then it stopped. And then secondly, yes, you made mention on we're talking about media, and then make some points actually. But then my question on that one is, with the years you spent as a media personnel, do you think it's possible to have media agencies that are good, like pure? Like they don't work based on interest, they don't cover up some information and all, they are just legit to. Do you think it's possible?
It's possible. But what I'm saying, let me do from the second one. Let me start from the second one. What I said is that there are a lot of interests out there. And you see people who put out news without any intent to manipulate or some other thing. Now, let me give you an example. There's something we call speculative journalism. And this usually happens when we're in the newsroom and there's no news. You know, the paper must come out, and there's no news. So we start praying that one government fall down and die. Let there be an accident where blood, and you know in journalism, blood sells. The gory, the better. It sells. People have this fascination with things that are bloody and some other things. So we keep praying for these things to happen. And then, because we need to put the paper, and then maybe around 6, up to now, there's no strong news. Apart from one local government commission, this is something you can't put on the front cover. So this is what we do. I'm not proud of it. Now, I'll come and meet this man. Maybe the governor and call him. Argak, is it true that they saw you yesterday coming out of a hotel at 6 p.m.? And the man said, no! No, it's not me. Got it on front cover. So go and write. Rumors were swirling that the deputy governor was seen coming out of a brothel at 6 p.m. yesterday, but when our reporter met him, he said no. Is there any lie in it? we have our news, isn't it? Front cover with his picture and everything. And if you talk to him, Argak, can you deny? And if he doesn't say anything, we'll continue. Effort to speak to the deputy governor at the time of going to press was not possible. But at least put it out there that we have made effort to talk to him. You know? So when paper comes out, we'll be clapping ourselves.
terrible. So what I'm saying is that the intent out there, there's an interest, okay? Even though it might not really be done with this malicious thing, but the intent, you see, what we wanted was just to get news from him. But the way we got the news from him was not something, and he will not know, okay? He will not know. And because, sir, journalistic witchcraft. So for me, it's possible that media houses out there that you can say, yeah, there's a rise of other things out there. But honestly speaking, I'm yet to see them. From the ones I have seen, and I've been practicing journalism since 2005. The ones I have seen, honestly speaking, if you look behind it, you find out that there are certain interests that they are projecting. Some of them is financial, some of them is ethnicity, some of them is religion, some of them is regionalism in this country, and so many other things. Everybody wants to protect whoever it is that you want to protect. And then the second question on the issue of trade. So what I'm saying in advocacy is that you need to buy in on the person that you are trying to advocate for. There are issues where, like, if you look at the mission, of course, there are people who don't have voices that can actually speak for them, and they'll be very happy for that. But along the way, if the person wakes up, or a community that you are trying to talk for, wakes up and they said, look, we are not interested in this thing that you are doing, because it possibly could bring us into conflict with the government, back out. Out together, back out. Because at the end of the day, when something happens, they will tell you, I told you to step out, you refuse because of your stubbornness. So we have no part in whatever it is that you are doing. All right, the next person, please.
Okay, so from what you just said now we have a movement for in Nigeria. I want to see how to bring religion, ethnicity, and other stuff. So are you trying to say they say Kabedi, we will just leave it?
No, sir.
Okay. What do we do then, sir?
What we are trying to do, this is a movement that has to do with a concept for Nigeria, or this that you are trying to change. I don't think I don't think you have a whole community of people who relate to a particular religion that wake up and say, this thing that you are trying to break, stop it. Everybody's virtually a victim of this thing that you are trying to do. We are victims of religious manipulation. Okay? And if you look at the North, I said it yesterday, I said one of the terrible things in the North that we need to deal with is this complex mixture of religion and culture. The mixture is terrible. And it has brought us to where we are. So if you have groups that want to advocate, yeah, it is possible for you to have this limited opposition from certain people who possibly have been benefiting from this thing. But I mean, the generality, is there anybody that will wake up and say, we want to see how we can bring religious harmony in this whole place? And someone will stand up and say, no, I object to this. Let this religious division and whatever it is that is there. So you are going to get this opposition from time to time, okay? Difficulties, challenges. But what you need to do is to push it, okay? In advocacy, we have things that we call 4 things: tenacity, audacity, empathy, and result. Those 2 things should be able to guide you in advocacy, okay? Tenacity means holding there. Don't get discouraged. Don't get discouraged. Keep pushing. And when we talk about audacity, be bold. You need to be bold in approaching some of these things. Someone who is afraid cannot really do advocacy. You do limited advocacy. When it comes to where you go into certain places, look at certain people in the face, you know, these people that hold power, you need to be bold to be able to do it. And in doing it, you need to also have empathy for some of the victims and some of the people. Some are casualties of the system they found themselves in. So you need to have empathy. And then the last one we say result. Let the result keep driving you. At the end of the day, you want to get result. You will not give up. You won't go halfway and then give up, okay? So just keep pushing it, sir. Keep pushing it, sir. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have the Nigerian of our dream by God's grace. The last question? Okay, the last question. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I've seen a new trend in journalism, especially reporting. And I became so concerned when I asked questions. Someone said it's journalism is a red crash. And it is, let me give you like 3 examples. during the election, from the news, just from the example you gave us about the governor, next party talking to the man, maybe the street. I don't really know the conversation. But somebody now report that Governor Patrick Yakubu friends man. Instead of saying he commissioned or went to supervise project, now said Governor Patrick Yakubu friends man. Or maybe during the last 2023 general elections, for instance, Peter Obi was invited for a program in Ogun State or Lagos, for instance, by a small group of Yoruba within that state. And the journalist now reports that Yoruba nation endorsed Peter Obi.
Yeah, I get it.
You understand? Yeah. So I just want to know if there are implications for rights that accrue to the party.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. You see, I was coming back to this thing I talked about interest. Even a journalist has interest in some of these reports that he sent. Okay, media houses, they have interest in some of these headlines. We woke up one day and then we saw a banner highlight on the Sun newspaper, Yakubu ill, flown abroad. And we started running up and down. You know? What he had was just a mild sickness, nothing. So, and the people, they actually did this thing we call speculative this thing. They said, is it true that the man was flown abroad? We say no. So, the banner headline was that Yakubu is flown abroad. Of course, inside the story, they said, they reached out to his media, who said no, blah, blah, blah. But that was the headline. And people were rushing to buy it. Are we together? So, in media, in journalism, you keep seeing this thing playing out because of interest. You see this thing playing out a lot because of interest. I did something to Number December then when he was governor, and they showed me for a week. Now they went to, I was a bit mischievous then. They went to commission 2 transformers in a community, I think in Macalafio or somewhere. You know, they went to commission 2 transformers, part of the electrification project, rural electrification project. So we followed them, and then the next day, people were reporting that nobody commissioned, transformer, blah, blah. But the headline I took, what I did was that I looked at the long convoy that he went to Macalafio with, and I calculated the amount of fuel that each car took. And at each local government, local government chairman will come with supporters and then they'll follow the whole thing. And then for those ones, there are stipends they gave them. So we got to a stage where the queue was, the cars, the convoy was so long. And I said, just to commission 2 transformers, this is the amount we are spending. So I took my own this thing. Kaduna State government, spent 10 million to commission a 2 million transformer. Yeah, that was the banner headline this day. Usually when I do that, I off my phone and I disappear. So why did I do that? At that point, I had this interest about Southern Kaduna. I felt these people were, marginalizing them. So any opportunity I get, I try as much as to do what, to make them look bad. But what I did was actually factual. They spent that amount of money. But is that the news that should be concentrated? I didn't concentrate on the fact that some communities now had light. I was looking at the money that was spent, to fuel, to give stipends, and some other things. So you keep seeing this thing playing over and over in the media because of interest. Sometimes the interest comes from the owner of the paper. It comes from the owner of the paper himself. He said, I told you yesterday about someone who was asked to change a headline. They said he changed the headline and he refused. Now, if he had wanted, he would have agreed, and the headline would just flow. And tomorrow you read the paper and say, this is factual. Not knowing that somebody sat down and tweaked the whole thing, and he sent it out there as something that is factual. So this interest, let me re-emphasize, you keep seeing it in the media. You keep seeing it in the media. International media, local media, every form of media, they have one form of. If you look at the faith-based newspapers, they are trying to protect their religion. So whatever it is that has to do with their religion, they project it. They looked at infractions, they looked at marginalization, they looked at, injustice that has to do with their religion, and they highlight those ones. Those who are not part of their religion, they relegate those ones to the background altogether. So these are things that we keep seeing. All we need to do is to try as much as possible to be objective. In journalism, we tell you that there's nothing as 100% objectivity. Yes. Yes. Meet every journalist. Objectivity is the cornerstone of journalism. But we tell ourselves that there's nothing. You cannot get 100% objectivity in a paper. You cannot. I thought we had the last one. Okay, someone's raising a hand. Okay, the last of the last.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, with respect to interest that you said, you mentioned, maybe another word where we say propaganda. What is the role of propaganda in advocacy? Because propaganda itself is not really bad thing. It depends on what you are trying to achieve. For those that believe that the end justifies the means. So, would you advise, or is there any kind of way that an advocate for social justice can use propaganda to?
Advice is stick to the truth and push out the truth. Stick to the truth and push out the truth. In advocacy, if you try to manipulate the fact, it becomes a problem. The cornerstone of advocacy is factuality. Anytime your advocacy gets questioned because of one aspect of whatever it is you are trying to prove, let me tell you, the whole advocacy becomes questionable. It becomes questionable, especially Western countries. Especially Western countries. There's a training we do on reporting for Western media, because it's different from the training and the reporting we do here. For them, there are certain things that you need to include so that they sit down there in Washington, D.C., but they get transformed into a particular area here. You give details and everything. So what our advice is that forget about all these things, go on factuality. And that is what will set you free at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much again, sir. We would have loved to hear more, but because of time, I'd like us to just take a minute, please, and breathe in. We've taken in a lot today. Breathe in. Think of all the things that has gone right today. In a minute, we'll have our Pops, the Executive Director of PSJ, come have a word with us. But before then, please, while leaving the hall, kindly pick up your plastic bottles. Discard them on your way out, at least to keep the place neat. Thank you so much. Edie, please. I should clap now, please.
When energy is low, there is no point clapping. It's difficult to do that. Thank you so much, Dorcas. Ruben, thank you so much. My love for you is certain now, and that is the highest form of love. I was going to put you on my status yesterday and say I found a new love. I'm not a kid. When I love people, I love them. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the sacrifice. They ought to have gone back today, but they are just here with us. Thank you so much. And we are going to run a training on advocacy in too long from now. Let's see your diligence. It takes a lot of money to bring people together. And we want to invest in a way that will account for, because we are stewards ourselves. So, you want to get that training, prove it, earn it, deserve it, and then you'll be part of it. Last year, November, we had a training on advocacy here. For those who were here and can remember, you can't be an advocate without understanding what advocacy is. and knowledge is power, so that you don't stand in the way of fire and bring yourself to the bullet. Don't do odeshi. A bullet will just pierce you. If death comes, let it come. But I will not be the one to look for it. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you very much for listening. We have a few minutes to 6. There is a short clip of 4 minutes. Please bear with me. I know we are tired. We need to listen. That research work, Silence Louder, on the cover page you'll see ICON, PSG and ICON. ICON is International Committee on Nigeria. It's a sister organization. PSG, what PSG is doing here is what ICON is doing in the US, because we do international advocacy. The co-founder of ICON, who was very instrumental to founding this organization called PSG, sent a short video clip. It's not up to 5 minutes. Kyle Apps, and I want us to, media, do we have that video ready? We just listen to his goodwill message and advice, and once it finishes, we can go. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kyle Apps. I am the Executive Director of the International Committee on Nigeria, or ICON. ICON advocates globally for all Nigerians. Nigerians are facing violence and terrorism fueled by Fulani militants and ISWAP Boko Haram terrorists, and they have forced hundreds of thousands of Nigerians to flee their homes. Additionally, the complacency and injustice within Nigeria's political and governing systems have gone unchecked and ignored by global democracies, which threaten not only the stability of one of Africa's cornerstone nations, it is a disastrous consequence for the U.S. and international community. Nigeria is experiencing a deepening humanitarian crisis. Issues accessing food, water, shelter, and other basic human needs. Nigerians face ongoing violence, religious persecution, and human rights violations on a daily basis. We know that we need to address and report critical facts. Do we know that over 13,000 churches have been attacked or destroyed in Nigeria since 2015? How about over 3.5 million acres have been stolen from farmers by Fulani militant groups? The UN reports that there are over 20 million Nigerian children who are out of school. It also reports that Nigeria is one of the highest rates of kidnapping in the world, with over 10,000 kidnappings per year since 2020, a majority who are women and children. The International Center for Missing and Exploited Children report there are 24,000 cases of missing children in Nigeria. 14,000 are girls. The UN finally claims that the Northeast Nigerian insurgency has killed over 350,000 people, either directly or indirectly. ICON exists to protect the basic human rights of all Nigerians who are devastated by religious conflict and hope to bring lasting stability to the entire nation. The mission of ICON is to create a community where the rule of law guides every facet of societal interactions in Nigeria. ICON promotes human dignity, the right to live, religious freedom, and the protection of the vulnerable against all forms of persecution. The theme of this event, the role of civil society organizations in transformational leadership and social justice, is important at such a time as this. You need to be equipped, engaged, and empowered to help your family, your communities, and your nation. So my challenge to you is, what will you do to help? What will be your legacy? Being a voice needs a platform like ICON and PSJ. No one is getting rich from being an advocate for religious freedom, human rights, peace, and social justice. But being an advocate for change, a volunteer who will report the truth, being someone who will make a difference, no matter the cost. So again, what will you do to help? Thank you.
Zongo Lawrence Zongo is here. I want to do this before. Yeah, thank you very much for starting. He coordinates ICON activity here in Nigeria. Of course, many of us work with ICON directly, but also with PSG. I volunteer. I think it's a kind of Siamese twins or symbiotic relationship. When you see ICON, you see PSG, and that is how we relate. So Zongo works closely with Kyle, and Kyle is a friend of mine and is a friend of all of us. Thank you very much. Catch your rest and meet at dinner for dinner at 7 o'clock until then. Peace. Yeah.
after the dinner, we're returning back for the team building activities. Those in Jos, the same way you are taking back to your home last night, the same thing will happen today. So we all converge after the dinner. If you have people, rooms, you can hang out, you can rest, you just take a rest. We meet after the dinner. Thank you.